Like they just aren't. So if you want to say that Trump is all of those things, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said there, Brad. In terms of Trump ran as yes, Trump ran with no ideology whatsoever. He did. You're right. He did. Like I agree with all of those things. Like I would argue that he was a lot more moderate in his first term than he was this this, this next term. I don't think that when the founding fathers designed the system and the checks and balances the way they did, I don't think they anticipated somebody like Trump coming along and doing what he did with terror. They actually did. Which at the very, very least was short-sighted in the way that he rolled out the terror policy. Again, I've been in a very, very
oh no, the tariffs again. Oh no, the tariffs again.
When guess what? Tariffs. They rolled those out. They actually expected. They expected Trump. They expected people like Trump and Jackson and Graham and Garfield and who else you want? Kennedys. They expected that. They clearly do it, which is why they argued on against the two-party system. Multiple factions of that argued against that. That's the point where they had a source of contention. But they also provided a check and balance to that system, which is why the president is not a king. He is a servant of the people, elected by the people for the people, which means he has checks both in Congress and the Senate, and he has the Supreme Court to also check him, which has happened to Trump numerous times. Now, you may not like the decisions that are coming out of the Supreme Court or the legislation. That's fine. You may not agree with it, and that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You're welcome to it. Thank the men that are giving the wink to the flag on Memorial Day because they gave their souls and their lives for that flag. But you have that freedom to do so because of the way our government is set up and established. So now Trump is not just doing this randomly, and I disagree with Jason because if he is doing the extreme ends and radically changing, maybe to your perspective, but he's still following what the Constitution is, and he is getting checked along the way. He is getting stopped. I mean, yes, because every time he loses in the court, what does he do? Now the court he's utilizing the court, which means guess what? He's following the constitutional process. Yeah, but there's a before he has disobeyed something like 300 court orders. By his own Supreme Court that he did something which makes it unconstitutional. So, and then he'll just do it anyway. Like that. I think it's the majority of litigation, but it's enough litigation. The judiciary, from my reading of it, also has not really enforced their standards. I don't know if you knew that, but insurrections are unconstitutional. Did you know that? Okay. Wait, the Civil War. Well, Trump apparently sparked an insurrection according to the Supreme Court of Colorado, and that's all I'm pointing out. Is saying Trump did not.
Supreme Court of Colorado that got overturned from what they that's still important.
He got found to have done it until the Supreme Court overturned it. But my point is,
who found them? Really? Bias court in Colorado?
I guess I have to like say this explicitly because you guys don't understand the fucking joke. I was being tongue in cheek. I know you were. I was kind of giving it back on the other.
Oh, yeah.
The point is, it's actually. I don't know how you can say confidence that Trump's following the Constitution. That's actually indisputable. So many different jurisdictions, some of the shit that he's currently trying to do. And he's already been ruled against several times by his own Supreme Court. So it's awkward to say that if you know that stuff, right? Like, sure. But if you're going to say, like, give me the example that you're going to use, because you said numerous times. So give me the example. The immigration stuff, like, the due process violations, the habeas corpus violations, they ruled against him several times. Several just told him to like stop deporting people without due process, and he just did it anyway. And he said, "Oh, the planes took off already. Sorry." Like shit like that. Like that's not. Is that constitutional? Is that him following the Constitution? I mean, I'll grant you that one carve out there. Yes, the planes were already up in the air. Democrats should have moved faster. I disagree. I disagree though with the process. Also, wait. I do disagree because they didn't need to have that, like what the Democrats and what people are arguing as due process. Because Clinton, when he changed that reform, said yes, it can be an administrative function, and you can actually follow through with it. The government can do that. So we have that legislation on tap exactly for the president. But even administrative proceedings still entail processes, right? So due process would still apply. Right. But they weren't found in violation of a void that administrative wait. They were not found in violation of that legislative action. That wasn't the argument. I'm talking about the ruling against him that's by the Supreme Court. I think it involved Abrego Garcia and some other people. They basically ruled that their due process rights were violated, and they had to come up with a minimum. They reverted it back. They remanded it back to the lower court to come up with a minimum amount of time that these people have to be notified, so that their attorneys can like take legal action if they want to before they're deported. That was a ruling. I read this in a room. Like I can find it if you want me to. I give you that part about where most people think. My point is like if he's doing things that the Supreme Court says, yeah, you can't do that. That's not constitutional. That's what that means, right? He's doing things that are effectively unconstitutional. Hence, they've been ruled against, right? Correct. He has stretched the. All I'm saying is he's stretched the powers and is that we have about like every president track record of those things because that's not the only example I can give you. Where it's like he follows the Constitution. It's like well, like in the way that a person who gets several speeding tickets follows the traffic laws, like kind of like he's not always breaking them, but like he breaks them a lot though. Like I wouldn't say of that person follow the laws.
And the judiciary hasn't really put its foot down. From my reading, the judiciary has been rather lackadaisical. There are a couple of district court judges that have accused him of not following 6 major incidents where plaintiffs or judges accuse the president or the administration of ignoring or delaying court orders. Comes from ABC, so take it for what it is. At least one case where a federal judge found probable cause or criminal intent tied to an alleged court order. So I don't know enough historical data about presidents disobeying court orders to know whether Trump's disobeying of some of these orders or alleged disobeying is in any way normal for American history or not.
We had Richard Jackson famously say, "Great, the Supreme Court ruled against me. Now watch them try to enforce it." Like there are other examples of history, but like recently though,
no, not in the modern era.
Obama did not flaunt his authority like Trump does, though. Like okay, yeah, so yeah, Trump is braggadocious about it. I mean, Obama braggadocious. I mean, like blatantly violate court orders. Like he didn't do that like Trump did. So I don't know. Like unless you have an example, I don't know. Like, was there a ruling where Fast and Furious? The Obama administration, you can't do it. The Obama administration, like, fuck that, we're doing it anyway. Like, give us one example. So, like, I mean, like, give me a second, I'll pull them all up. Yeah. Take time. I want to learn. And I don't mean like appeals. I mean like the court says you can't do X. Some administrations like we're doing it, but like that's the Greeks. Like Trump did that. I've never heard of Obama doing that.
No, like I said, it may be peculiar for presidents in the modern era, but Jackson's an example. Probably Buchanan's another example.
FDR,
Rutherford B. Hayes.
Yeah. There's other examples. It's just that not recently. Like most of the recent presidents have come. I knew I would find it very easily. Syrian refugee notification and dispute, Texas versus the U.S. Administration violated that with the refugee status. Then you had the DAPA immigration program, the deferred action for parents under Americans. Had a nationwide injunction after court found procedural problems under the Administrative Procedure Act. The administrator appealed, filed an appeal, and then continued to implement the policy. The courts tried to block implementation, and said he had the authority to do it, and they just basically didn't say he was necessarily violating. Recess appointments, Noel Canning, that was another one. And yeah, I mean, again, there's even the one where when people say like the drones American citizens, that one was also a violation. And
drawing up on while locking in his brother, despite the fact that we're both linked to AQAP. For those unaware, Al Qaeda and the Arabian Peninsula, they're still American citizens and deserve their trial.
All right. Were any of the examples that you named Viking examples?
I just put Viking up there because that's what people on the west side.
That's fine. But were any of the examples you gave examples where the Obama administration was ruled against, and the Obama
administration, all of them are. But
I don't mean ruled against, and I'm saying they were ruled against in terms of like they were trying to do something, and then the court said you can't do that, and then they just did it anyway. Or are you talking about appeals processing?
So what happened with the Syrian is they were told to stop. They had an injunction, and then they went ahead. They said we're filing an appeal, and then continued the process anyway, and did not follow the statutes. Even the courts found disturbing. And afterwards, the case was kind of summarily dismissed because it was already done. You couldn't undo that. So that was a problem for Texas, and Texas was really pissed about that. The DAPA, another implication that he went ahead and did that despite having another nationwide injunction at it. And Obama, I'm going to give him this. He was very skilled with the law. I don't know who, like his legal team was top notch. They were able to play the court systems, absolute. But he would go ahead and continue the action, and then go ahead and file an appeal and say, well, too late, so sad. So, I mean, I'll give you the win on this that Obama technically, was able to get away with a lot of stuff, but he did face it. Trump is just not as good as Obama. Like, I mean, that's the way I look at it. Reagan was notorious for it. Clinton was. So was Bush.
So I was looking for examples of the Obama administration violating court orders. These don't seem like examples of that. So that's why I'm confused. Like,
okay, so like the Syrian refugee notification dispute, Texas versus the U.S. The officials argued, and I'm reading this directly, so spare me. I had to just quickly Google this. The Obama administration failed to provide advance notice about Syrian refugee placements after the judge's directive related to information sharing in the case, determining vetting and backgrounds on all these individuals. The administration acknowledged certain refugees had been resettled without any notice to Texas, without providing them updates, and without providing background. So they basically dumped them in there, despite the court's ruling on that and an injunction to stop that process. So they went ahead and did that.
Okay, so what I'm reading is that there was no injunction or order violated in that case. So I'm confused. What was
would it be a violation despite the courts, like him just going against what the court said to do?
No, so my reading here is that following the 2015 Paris attacks, Texas and Alabama sued the Obama administration, attempting to block Syrian refugees from being resettled in their states. The states claimed that the federal government failed to properly consult with them. However, a federal judge dismissed the lawsuit, and no injunction or court order was violated. I have to go, what was violated? Like,
because they had already begun the program. It had already started. They had already resettled.
Where was the thing? Like, give the timeline. Where was the given? If they resettle and the resettlement now sparks the lawsuit, where is there space for an injunction or stay or whatever? Like, where would that have been possible?
Hold on, let me look it up again. Let me deep dive into this one because I only found the examples quickly on Google.
Okay, I found something that probably this is from Kit Paxton. Uh, he was governor.
So never Paxton was Attorney General, never governor.
He was the Attorney General, not governor. My bad. In 2016. So maybe this is what you mean because he's electing these things, and he has a timeline here. So this is what his thing says. So it says Obama administration. This is the title. Obama. This was written by the way, January 26th of 2016. Obama administration defies court's directive, settles Syrians in Texas without advance notice or information. The Obama administration has admitted in federal district court that it failed to provide the state with advance notice of Syrian refugees being settled in Texas, defying a judge's directive. Additionally, another group of Syrian refugees were scheduled to arrive in Texas yesterday, and Texas has not been provided adequate information about these individuals as required by law. The Attorney General's office today made a filing highlighting the need for injunctive relief in light of these recent events. Quote, the Obama administration continues settling Syrian refugees in our neighborhoods and communities under a cloak of secrecy, end quote, said Attorney General Ken Paxton. Quote, last weekend, the federal government settled refugees with no advance notice in complete violation of court's directive and were scheduled to bring more refugees to Texas without providing adequate information about who they are. The threat to our communities by foreign terrorists is real. The greater concern is not what we know about these refugees, it's what we don't know, end quote. On December 2nd, Texas filed a lawsuit against the federal government to halt the relocation of refugees from Syria in the state because the federal government had not consulted with state authorities in advance of such relocations in violation of the Refugee Act of 1980. The federal government is directing at least one nonprofit entity tasked with placing the refugees in Texas from disclosing even basic information that would help resolve Texas's security concerns. On December 7th, a federal judge directed that the federal government provide the state with advance notice of its intent to settle refugees within the state. On January 22nd, the federal government submitted a filing admitting it resettled refugees in Texas without notifying the court or Texas. Texas takes in roughly 10% of refugees resettled in the United States, partnering with local volunteer agencies to help refugees transition to the state and pay associated costs. In this case, authorities have left Texas uninformed about refugees that could well pose a security risk to Texans and give them no say in the process. Two more paragraphs. Members of the federal government have expressed concerns regarding this massive expansion of refugees from an area engulfed in fighting with ISIS. FBI Director James Comey told Congress that the federal government cannot conduct effective security checks on Syrian nationals, testifying that, quote, we can query our database until the cows come home, but nothing will show up because we have no record of them, end quote. National Intelligence Director James Clapper summed up the worries of these federal counterterrorism experts. Quote, I don't obviously put it past the likes of ISIL to infiltrate operatives among these refugees, end quote. Earlier this month, federal authorities arrested two individuals admitted to the United States through the refugee program for activities related to supporting terrorism. This is the second time in the past year that the Obama administration has either defied or misled a federal court on major immigration issues. In March 2015, the administration admitted that tens of thousands of expanded work permits have been issued to unauthorized aliens in direct contradiction to the facts they presented in the U.S. federal court. And then it has a link to view the recent filing. So, I mean, if that's what you mean, that was alleged by the Attorney General of Texas. Maybe that's the support you're looking for.
Yeah. So, and I was trying to pull it up from the Atlantic because the Atlantic had an article on it, and I remember reading it.
The Obama doctrine?
I fucking hate you guys.
I was coughing.
The Obama doctrine? Is that what you're talking about? The Atlantic. I found it. Well, I mean, top 10 ways but Obama violated the Constitution during his presidency. I got one from the Cato Institute. You want that one?
You can go ahead and read that. Like I said, I just pulled up the ones that I remembered. So,
well, I'll just read the list. It's like detailed, and I'm not trying to read forever. But the Cato Institute, I just put in the chat. It's titled the Top 10 Ways Obama Violated the Constitution During His Presidency." It was written, published January 19, 2017. Okay. Obama only furthered the imperial presidency. Obama ignored constitutional checks and balances. One, the Chrysler bailout is one on the list. Obamacare implementation was two on the list. Three, political profiling by the IRS. Four, recess appointments. Five, DACA and DAPA. Six, assault on free speech and due process on college campuses. Seven, Clean Power Plan. Eight, the WOTUS rule. Waters of the United States. Nine, net neutrality. I remember debating net neutrality in college, by the way. Oh, and then number 10, EPA's cap and trade. So these are alleged to be the 10 ways that it violated the Constitution.
Wow.
None of them include the Syria thing, which is interesting. Oh, I don't know. I mean, this is the Cato Institute too.
Side note, do you do voiceover?
No, what do you mean?
You like to read for like different people, like books and stuff like that, or you like do the voice of like movies, certain parts of movies.
Yeah, I would if people were willing to pay me.
But yeah, I definitely think you could get paid for that.
You got your hand up. I invited you on stage. Sorry if you've been waiting for a while. I was reading stuff.
damn, bro, just let me do.
I left you like Chicago Bears. I believe you're 50 birthday.
No one wants to be in Chicago anymore. Not even the Bears.
Hey, Mikey. Hey, hold up.
You gotta slow your roll, my boy.
Yo. Hey, what's up with you sending me fucking photos and shit?
You ain't quick there. Yeah.
You ain't cookie though. You ain't make that. How good it look? You ain't make that.
I literally made that shit, nigga.
No, you did not. That shit look way fancy, bro. Like look too fancy. The forks is real now, nigga. Yeah, you had one.
Somebody didn't say that.
Like sophisticated like that, nigga. White person, nigga. I can tell by the fucking top of the glass.
Why you in
Not a damn thing. You better stop playing.
Oh shit.
Look good though. But they don't look as good as the shit I made. Nigga, I actually have footage we cut. I ain't.
That's what I should make goddamn video.
Yeah, can't deny it when you in there doing some voice in the back. You was like, hey, look at this. I'm right. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Shadi?
Hey y'all, what are we talking about?
Whether or not the Obama have violated court orders like the Trump administration. That's a weird reason.
Are we still jealous of Obama? Like,
Take Viking is jealous of Obama.
like every
What?
Yeah, like Trump is so jealous of Obama. It's crazy.
You're just trying to start shit.
I'm just calling it like I see it, bro.
You liar.
All right, guys, I gotta run. Jason, thank you. Thanks for letting me vent in here. From that other room.
Before you go, I don't know. I mean, you have to go, but I still have that article up.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what you want to do. I mean, if you have to go,
we're in the third round of hockey finals, and I'm like, a fan, so I'm heading to a hockey game. But I'll come back on. I mean, I love your rooms, but I like the Golden Knights a little bit more. All right, I'll come back.
All right, but I want some steak. God damn it.
I'm going out.
You want steak?
Kirk will send me some pictures of the day he pretended to cook, but he ain't really cook.
Hating, honey.
That's funny. Bro, you ain't cooked that shit, bro.
I literally did, bro. It's lying. Oh my God.
PCR.
Hello. Bro, matter of fact, hold on. You can see, bro. You can see.
Go ahead, I'll tell you to get it.
Virgo, you know that I can post Instagram photos of chefs that are make steaks and say it's mine, but nobody would believe me either. But bro, I mean, this is literally at my apartment.
How do I know that?
One of the pictures you can see I'm on a balcony.
Not the ones you sent me. I only see food. You mean?
Oh, see. My son.
You gotta put your whole body in it to buy it.
You gotta hold it in the also today.
Do is I'm gonna pull a flatter like that's CGI. Yeah, so that's what you sent me. I can tell by how sophisticated the glass gold that is.
Garage in the parking lot. Like, if you was talking pictures.
You know how I can tell he did that? Because the placement of the steak, I know that wasn't at a restaurant.
Oh, I don't think it was at a restaurant, but I can tell he ate it. That's all.
You picked those up on the way home.
Motherfucker went somewhere and dumped that shit on a nice fancy plate. Oh, we was stupid. Nah, like, man, you ain't do that.
Well, some of my people were here.
Well, it looks like something you would do, Kirk, the way you do that.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Be my call. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost. The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of Mountain. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Order of Roots. The Order of the Art. The Order of Martinists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object also I keep it in mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. Cases cold but clear, I'm waiting on our screen. So let it come around, guilty to the ground. I want the scales to see you, to make the punishment fit the crime. So cheap time. You wore the borrow, you left the of grace. But if you so the sun, like a blade inside my chest. Now every step you take feels like I want to escape the punishment. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit. My object also blind, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. A mark the hidden seam, you sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Gather kiss the green, want the scales to stay on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit. Cry, it's the cry, to make the punishment fit. The cry, it's my object also blind. Shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed space, you left no kind of gray, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. And every step you take, feel like the earth might break. So let it come around, can't kiss the ground. Seems to say, don't make the punishment feel. My object was so glad I shall achieve in time. And to make the punishment fit. Cry, my object was so glad just to achieve in time. To become the first receipt of attention. one of all brethren. 68 special profess houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage. 69 the order offers great special privileges to its members, bringing them as it does in constant association with men and women of rank. The order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members, trades, businesses, or professions, finding and toleration and security and clients on customers. So it's Secondly, the secrecy of the order provides members with an infallible shroud of concealment. Seems to be a crime of slander, which causes inflammation of human misery. It's really dangerous. It's not impossible. With obligation of the gentleman. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Stone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, 5 He symbolized fourth dimensional universe. Into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles. Fears or planets whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate A. Plate A is the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called Linea Patris. The 7th file is called Linea Theory. The 7th line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. The left-hand top corner being air of air. The right-hand top corner, water of air. The left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. The following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a spiral. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. Rectangular with letter. Center diagram has been adjusted to one with the edge. Gentle illustration. This rectangular grid, corners overlapping lines define an X around the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee. Abraham, the adoration it flows by banishing. I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, stone of gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of when prophets and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and by the blue vigor of by my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, surround my outfit. Power of glory, by my fingers I invoke thee. 5 I bear the wand of noble power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering horse. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hands thy sword of revenge, with its strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke. Voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the sick. Let the voices, Abraham, strike, strike the master call. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, o'er us, avenger. On the head of the whole, thee I invoke. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee hurls mine from the terror of the water. Saint Francis of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron form. Those garments is of the golden glory, with the adder bars of star. And the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thine head, and the crocodile was a whose many started fingers with night. Presence is in the darkness of blue light. The infallible glory of the outmost deep. The incredible sacred space. Fountain centers all the 30 years. In one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword, proud child and conquering lord. Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk, heed thee. At every I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of the pox. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, him that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flight from the terror of the water. opens up the gates of flashing light, whiter than before hell. Formulated thy father, and my thoughts on my father. Garments of the gold of glory, at your hearts shall glory. Just avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Oh, who did slip thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Who didst raise thine head, and the world is before thee. Never spied the universe with night. Travelers in the boat of Ra, abiding in the hell of the undead, boat and there was the one of double power. About whose presence is shed, the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the unravel, the incomprehensible of space. No contemporary soul, 30 years, in one dark sphere of fire. Where is the rose and dust of my back? is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Or a free million to give to grind on. Organization for business. Open up. It's a black tax socialist. All taxation except for Jesus. Abortion greyhound buses are here for profit. You slipped over his face. Smile. Oh, I can't go to change. Friends at the table. Out the back. Stuck in the check out of my tank. Going in the back. I was in full parking lot. Dreams standing. Now I didn't think it's free. We wake up there. Dreams that we promise. Feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. Johnson is a tag. You called full of people. Same names on the contract. You preach God. Which I love is and this is a Johnson is a assholes with nothing. Open up. And very small. Chicago. CEO is a mafia.
Chicago Johnson. The state there is all your propaganda. Organization of portability of the scanning, Harlan Johnson. For black slaves and the black socialists are taxologists. That colonialism. Yeah. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. For black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. Oh, taxation is affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a lie. Chicago Johnson green. You get close enough. Rock the sea. Rock. Scam. Brandon Johnson for town. Holding the horse friends get see.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialism. Tax purchase, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. coming home. Thou art domained to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of the Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood, the Order of Rosicrucians, the Order of the Faithful Heart, the Ancient Rites, Israel, the Ancient Rites, Sweden, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the mind. mark the hills, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold, but I'm waiting on it on the screen. So let it come around like the gale kicks the ground. I want the scales to see to make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left the but very close. The sun, kept the front note like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take is like so I want to scare to see the punishment. But I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I marked the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. The devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit. Crime fits
to make the punishment feel the crime. This the crime. My object was so glad I shall achieve in time. You are the wild fate. You left no kind of grave, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like weight inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. You can't kiss the ground. It's the same. On the edge of everything to make the punishment feel. My object was so glad I shall achieve in time. The shape of to make the punishment fit. I shall achieve in time.
Attention of 68 special professor houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage. 69 the order offers great special advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 the order offers exploring opportunities to its members, trades, business, or professions. And security and clients on customers. Seventeen, the secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of resilience. 17, the crime of slander, which causes the units of reported human misery. It's extremely dangerous, if not possible. Every brother shall seek to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy, and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an especially sacred duty, which every brother should fulfill, with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. A sharp stone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates,
symbolize the fourth dimensional universe in two dimensions as a square,
surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate
the general view.
Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea fili.
The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares. Which covers it?
You also, I mean, well, the songs that they make with like
Forgot. I went from my parents and then I went to. That's what I'm dealing with. So it's not about that. It's a completely different dynamic going on here. Don't invite this guy in here when I'm talking about this.
ooh, I didn't invite anybody.
It's so annoying.
Well, just understand you do have power. Bam!
No, I'm not a psychopath like you, and I don't operate like you. I don't threaten people like you. And I can see the bigger picture. So this is somebody that I'm tied to, right? So I'm not doing that. Unlike you. I know that's what you would do, but
I'm not I'm not a Jew, so you know, as you say, so I don't do that.
I don't know what that has to do.
Small groups of men that wrote books about what they did.
Wasn't them having a pantheon, them saying that they defeated those guys?
Yes.
And then
By the way, if you want to look at the Trojan War, I saw a museum that had pottery depicting exactly the Trojan War and specifically the gods who were the parents of the people involved. Helen of Troy, Paris, all of them interact directly with their deities who are Greek in nature, right? They are given Greek names and they set into effect the glorious epic of the Odyssey, the great Greek story of the defeat of the Trojans. Do you understand? We don't know the Trojan story. We don't. Hello? They get destroyed. Their story ends. Hello? We hear the Greek legend of the gods of the Greeks that manipulated the enemies of them, the Trojans. Right? That's the story, and it's sons of gods. That is the ancient history of one of the world wars that we tracked with a song.
Yeah, but didn't the Greeks also, through time, like even after the other ones, adopted and changed the names of those and added them to the pantheon? So, like, that's how we know about these places that we dig up, right? Like archaeology, things like that. Like for example, like Mithras and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of like shared with that in the sense where we can look at like from 500 BCE and on? There's obviously been other kingdoms in Phoenicia or what modern day Lebanon today. At one point, it was what they had the island of Cyprus, and I thought all the people that ran away from ancient Mesopotamia were like in that area of the Levant, like almost Turkey, right? In those areas, I'm saying the Greeks obviously the bottom part, but the upper part. I'm trying to explain the map to you.
Let's put on the map. Let's see. It's not
let me pull up.
The reason why also like the Vedics would have like these many gods are because the smaller kingdoms necessitated each kingdom had its own deity. And all these were like under so more fragments, more gods. With Abrahamics, the one god became a very convenient concept, right? And a modern concept. So
You have to understand that the one true God in a henotheistic model is the ultimate yes and improv. Yes, Zeus. Yes, Hera. Yes, Thor. Yes, dwarfs. Yes, aliens. Yes, elves. And we serve the one true God.
Well, no, there's with a pantheon, there is no like one true God. You're saying that you are going to
communicate with different gods for different reasons, right? You're not like
No, in most cases, you had one god that was like the patron of your geographic area, and that's the one you interacted with the exception of something like the Eleusinian mysteries, right, which were in Athens, near Athens, right, Neleus.
I don't know.
That was for like Demeter, Persephone, and Podnethera, sort of icon.
Wait a second. One of the gods that got collected was the god.
Athena in Athens. Athena was their ultimate god, right?
Yeah.
But they also they participated in separate mystery rites for Demeter and Persephone, right? So, but Athena was still their major, deity. Much like Delphi, right? It's obviously going to be like Apollo and the island of Delos, right? So it's all very geographically based. So it's not like it's more like the participating in other gods, rites, and rituals is like more of a one time thing if you're going through some initiation ritual or something like that specific to that. But and it was far more widespread than people believe. They think like the Greek gods were like limited to just Aegean, peninsula there. But like you have like Artemis of Corinth, right? And all through that whole area of Anatolia, and like of course on the other side of the Hellesport, in Troy, they had the same gods. They just made like these cultural alterations to them to suit their purposes. So yeah, and even then the Vedic pantheon is heavily related to the Greek pantheon because they came from the same original Proto-Indo-European pantheon. So yeah.
Trying to find inside this Wikipedia where it actually had the list of all
what?
The gods.
The Greek gods?
No, not the Greek. The Canaanite.
Oh, the Canaanite gods? Depends on which area you're looking at. It's primarily like El, Ashra, Baal.
I'd rather start at Canaanite because you know that it's attached to ancient Mesopotamia. So you could go back one, but then if we start at the Greek, then we have to account the Canaanite, and then from that area. I'd rather go to like about Ikar or Marduk. Well, that's what I'm saying. That there's that's what I'm trying to say. That there other people believe that their god was the ultimate god.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is like the origin of most of the Greek gods, with the exception of like the agrarian god, the local agrarian gods that they integrated into the pantheon, are their origins aren't Mesopotamian, they're Proto-Indo-European. So like they come from like the Eastern Russian steppe and the Caucasus. Similarly with South Asian, like the Vedic gods. And we can tell this by like we've reconstructed a Proto-Indo-European language, and like their word for God is Deus Pitar, which it's Zeus or Deus in Latin.
Well, this is where I want to start. Is Ugarit?
Yeah, Ugarit. It's interesting in Ugarit. If you look at like the Library of Ashurbanipal, that's actually where you do get like sort of like the merging of the Greek pantheon with the Canaanite pantheon prior to them both being like solidified, and you even get like titles of kings that become like Zeus, and then some demonym, right? This king was the Zeus, right? If you look at the records, it's really kind of interesting. But the one that permeated most down into Canaan from the like primarily, I think Canaanite gods are they're
more related to the Assyrian and Mesopotamian pantheons, but the one that did infiltrate the most was probably Dionysus. So Dionysian rites. And you see that.
That's who Alexander the Great was looking for. Searched foreign lands for Dionysus.
Yep.
Which is what, like almost like Christ, like sort of idea, right? He's going to foreign lands preaching Dionysus. It's like Jesus was the perfect Dionysus.
Yeah.
Mary was the perfect after that sort of representation.
Yeah, the temple ruins at Elephantine are really super interesting because that's where you see this sort of like mix of like Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Dionysian cults. It's really kind of cool. It's super syncretic.
Well, they're saying that there was no Moses or Abraham in their writings. And then if we look at the Eshmon temple and that period, we also see similarities in the stories of King David and the Chronicles or even Samuel or any of those stories. You see similarities in those stories too. So it is interesting how because you see this development, right? And what's weird is that there is have this people have put together sort of an argument to say that there are certain prophets or books that didn't mention Moses or they don't mention Abraham or they don't mention these sort of people, right? I guess there is a certain way to look at it to see that if they do mention there is a lot of overlap in the language they use. But are they directly referencing them?
They're not.
But they're not all mentioned all the time, right?
They're not mentioned. They don't really mention at all. It just seems like these stories hold different names, keeping the same theme later on, and these different names would be Abraham, Noah, Moses, etc. The geography changes, a slight amount of detailing changes to these same like storylines. Obviously, like they were quite attractive to the human psyche, right? That they kept repeating the same old.
Well, that's what I mean. So the message of God is still remaining the same, regardless if you're trying to, you're saving the best of the best of each story, right?
Yeah, and you're teaching morality through basically the archetype is like enforcing morality using the same stories of the land because they're familiar, because they are interesting to the human psyche, and because they're effective. So this is the genius of the archetype of the time.
That's why I always say this marriage between basically people for both, right? So you're gonna say for Jews and for Christians, and it's like I don't know, it's like a representation of it, of a tradition, and that holds.
Yeah.
Even though they're the secular, even the residue of what's outside of it continues it somewhat.
Do I want duck breast or bison ribeye for dinner?
Breast.
Cosmorito. Whoa, looks like someone's calling fucking Megatron out. You think? I mean,
no, it's just I knew the intention he had was, somewhere else, I think.
I know that he's gonna know all those verses.
Any tension? What was the tension? What is
he calling you on the chat, dude?
Yeah, read the chat and you're gonna understand.
Megatron, unfortunately, is scared of these verses. What are the verses? To take advantage of this diversity. Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18, John 14:16, Psalms 2:7.
Yeah.
You're ballsy to say that. You actually just committed shirk, but it's all good. I mean, with Psalms 2:7.
All right, go ahead.
Say with Psalms 2:7.
Talk about it. Let's see if you're
You saying that is your precious prophet have anything to do with Psalms 2:7? Asking you.
No, I'm not claiming this, but you're claiming something though. What is it?
What was that? What was? I didn't read the post. Can somebody read it for me? Because I'm driving, so I only got a glimpse of it.
Well, I wrote it down, so I'm gonna read
Can you read it?
Yeah. So yeah, I just said, take advantage of the stage. So there's like a diversity here. I thought there was like some Jews, Muslims, and Christians. So what would be your opinions on the verses here? Isaiah 53, Deuteronomy 18:18. Well, you could pick anyone, anyone from them, and just expand. Do you have any things in mind?
Well, I don't think that. I think that when people say the prophet like Moses, first of all, if you have to read 33, 34, 35, there is no prophet like Moses. Never again. So by you saying that is it's weird. So when Christians use this as a polemic or to say there would be, I think it's just because of the climate or the period of the time. It's nothing that we're saying now.
So you're saying because
he doesn't, yeah, because to give Jesus, like Jesus doesn't have to. That has nothing.
You're saying not comparable to Moses, but he's superior. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like it would be no reason to say, wow, because you got to remember when Jesus is coming back, he's still going by the same laws that Moses kept. So why would he be there and say, oh, well, I'm just, you know what I'm saying? He would have to fulfill those, right? He's not coming in to say, he's the prophet like Moses.
Wait, so you agree that the verse is not talking about Jesus?
Yeah. I think it's talking about Jesus in that way. Yeah.
Interesting.
I think the word should be a prophet like a prominent person, like possibly a new covenant of some sort.
Okay, so what verses would you refer to in the Torah that actually would prophesize about Jesus if Jesus himself said?
Well, let's go
that he was prophesied in the Torah.
Isaiah.
That's the one. Is the most explicit
home run. 18:18 would not be explicit. 14:16. What's 14:16? That's the Holy Spirit. Psalms 2:7. What's Psalms 2:7?
Wasn't it close to the suffering servant situation? Like from what I remember.
How are you reading Isaiah 53?
Well, no. First, I'm trying to understand your position. Like, let's compare your position to, the traditionalist Jewish perspective, and then
which perspective are you taking? Are you taking the Jewish perspective? Which perspective are you taking? What's going to be your angle?
I don't know. Let's read it first. I think I would say, yeah, I could see how this could be related to a messianic figure, for sure.
53.
But what's the context? That's the question. Because I've never read the whole portion. Like it's around 60 chapters, right? So I've never read the entire thing. So you tell me, actually.
So I think that if you look at the Jewish view, they don't know whether if this is going to be the Messiah or the King. So that's still up in the air. Christians took the position of Jesus taking on both.
Okay, so
we're saying Jesus fulfilled both of them, the suffering servant, Messiah ben David, and Messiah ben Yosef, and Messiah ben David is king of the heavens.
Well, first, do you know if they have traditionally seen this passage as a messianic passage?
They probably, yeah, of course.
Okay, show me the proofs.
Are you serious? They use this prophecy about Moses also. Because Moses was.
No, you're saying
You're saying you said messianic.
yeah.
I'm telling you now. All right, so Moses is a lower type of Messiah. He's not the Messiah, but he is Messiah. So he would be the suffering servant that is Messiah and never got to enter Israel. So he is that suffering servant that led his people into Israel. Him and his brother weren't allowed. So you can easily see that. You can easily see this being Moses also.
Okay, but that's not referencing the Messiah.
No, well, show me where it says the Messiah. Well, you just Messiah.
Not making the claim. You make the claim, all right? So you see Jesus in this passage. So Jesus is the Messiah.
Taking my word for it?
Well, no, actually, I'm literally saying, show me proofs, like for what you say. So if you have any evidence that there's
The gospel is
an interpretation,
is like portraying this
yeah.
So I just read you the whole gospel to show you Isaiah 53.
Okay, well, show me in the Gospels where it references Isaiah 53. That would be good. A good start, at least, right? Wait, I'm confused. There's two guys here. Same picture. Who's who? Wait, so at least they're, at least they're,
Where do you like?
Leicester.
Where do you want me to start, my friend?
Well, you tell me. Later, yeah, show me a reference from the gospel where there's like an explicit reference of Isaiah 53, or if you have like any classical tafsir from Jewish first temple era.
How do you want this categorized? Do you want every verse, or do you want every other verse of Isaiah 53? Because I'm going to give you the whole complete rundown. So you let me know how explicit you want this list.
Yeah, like you feel like you do whatever you think is enough. Just whatever you. It's don't too complex. Just simplify it, and then we can get from there.
It's basically
I'll do a verse for that. Thank you. Let's move. Verse 12, and then I'll do verse 12 on if we pass 12. But I can show you. You said, does it reference the New Testament? Sure. Go for it. I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what I mean, Daniel. This isn't stuff that he can look up on his own. Like this is not even a challenge. He just wants me to do the work for him.
Okay. But maybe you have like already an argument made up, and you can defend your position.
There's no argument.
Okay.
If you're saying that this person corrupted the Gospels, this much I'm going here. That means I think
you are going there. I'm not even done it
much. No, I would say this to an atheist. Like to put this much work into it, but then it be what? You think one or two sentences is going to throw the whole thing off? That's what I'm trying to tell you. I mean,
Oh, so he's not making the same claim as you. He's not saying it's verbatim. He's saying it's divinely inspired, right? Which is a more like easier position to defend than yours.
Yeah, they knew of the scriptures before. They had an expectation.
Okay, so John,
if you want to say, right, because I'm going to think that you're an atheist. If you want to say that this story is an amalgamation of other stories that reached the peak in its time for humanity.
There's one hood who, as an experiment of our work and welfare subcommittee, has been a tireless champion of America's foster youth and a leader in advancing overdue reforms.
Like, and whatever other beliefs that stem from this is going to be also advanced.
All the niggas again. Gimme. Okay, so
here, you taking the atheist position, I think.
gimme. And you
position because tell me that
I'm acting like a Pharisee.
sharing to you.
You'll have to defend your claim. You'll have to defend that whatever you believe in is backed up by the sources you have. Because
unlike you, he's not putting all his eggs in the basket of scripture. Your position is very hard to defend. It is. He's saying I have the logos. That's Jesus himself.
no, he's
For him, like
on the Old Testament prophecies. So I'm gonna have to. If you're Jewish, right? You're gonna. Well, I just told you I'm gonna take the Pharisaic position. You're saying let's say So we have at least one of this experience. This experience. First one, they started. I got a first two. Was there some? Are you happy with those two? It's not the same thing. My first thing was possible. Has long the eyes and the flank, so they can neither see with their eyes nor understand the words. He sometimes spoke about at the same time but because of the Pharisees, they would not openly acknowledge their faith for food. They are the goods out of a single human praise, more than praises from God. In this more than praises, I have come into the world as I is. If anyone believe in me, stay in the peace. If anyone hears my words but does not do them, I'm going to do the business. So we do not overweight. Now for more, I'd like to keep freedom not to be back against them. These guys are becoming more social getting junk. You should every word I don't back in the day. There is a lot better they can make the people do like bring ones back and lot of other fun to pack. What and the great I can talk down by it's great, but if that not you get tangled up with it, you all around like storm you. So when you sacrifice that body, they're gonna have a hard time hitting you cleanly. And lastly, if they end up in all you have to do is use your knees and bump them even further forward, and there's back then. But in any scenario, don't have doctors get up and let it reply.
They would say, no, this is actually Isaiah 53 is a reference to Israel, to one servant, which is the Jewish people, right? What's your counter claim? And there's also like many there's many views. I think there's one view that says it's concerning Jacob, right? So I think says it's referencing the prophet whose name was changed to Israel. But then you also have
Governor Pritzker in the March 17, 2026 election, who was unconstitutionally blasted.
I mean, for me, it's clear. And in any case, it's clearly talking about a servant who does not speak of his own shahawat. He does not speak of his own desires. He's simply, reciting the words God has inspired in him, right? He is commanded to do these things. Fact.
Who has a crush on?
Just to remind myself to breathe sometimes. Anyways, do you have any additions? Yeah. You lost again. Comments. I see. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just being silly.
Yeah. I love the one the thing he said in verse 47. Which one was it? Yeah, if anyone hears my words but does not heed them, I judge not that person, for I did not come to judge the world, but to save them. Just try to imagine how this would sound like in Aramaic, right? And then he says this. His name is Yeshua, right? Or Jesus, right?
This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and fundamental. This book on John Locke is
to be a savior for the world in some sense, right? And now here we are, we hear the echoes of the words, but it's doing a job that's not necessarily like physical. I think the Jews had a lot of physical expectations, building a temple, doing this, doing that. But in reality, the legacy of Jesus was much more.
This book on John Locke is
much more simple and much more powerful because it's words, it's hope, right? So, in a sense, it's like he was selling hope to the people, hope to achieve something. Yeah.
So are you still doing like TikTok stuff? I think it's not
Yeah, well, Slack is water being bought most completely and so that this the powerful regeneration that was he just wanted to survive. Then I guess his nightmare had returned. This thing, but so last Tiger's life God's cause. If Soldier Boy came for revenge, his immortality would mean nothing. To deal with Soldier Boy, Homelander proposed they team up. Black Widow walked straight into the elevator. He cut open his skin with a knife and removed the body track device. He hid back at his home. Before him, they saw his fear and cheered him on together. Like him. Then they used the animated the show Black and White without the member of Soldier Boy stood as Soldier Boy always bullied his teammate. You can enter Black and White's potential, I guess, on TikTok. So yeah, so that's the point. But so far it's just on that explains the ideas of life, liberty, and property. A must-read favorite thing.
like Cloud's presence of doing. Is he getting
Check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Life. Really interesting. Hey everyone, check this out.
He's gonna have to be more consistent.
And
Wait, so you guys on TikTok?
yeah,
Well, other platforms also, but
Did you make it money?
I'm not in for the money. So
hey everyone, check this.
you said, did I make any money? Well, I received some
Hey
roles.
everyone, check this out.
People
That's
sent
25 Zen essays by R.H. Life. Really interesting.
not that much, because in Canada the monetization is it's not there. It's not like in the US. I should have taken like an American number and but no, I just didn't. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, going back to your online career,
Hey everyone,
how
today I want
you
to talk about
like
25 Zen essays by
very much
R.H.
far
Life.
away.
Hey everyone.
Far and wide.
Yeah.
As long, the way that I see things is this, right? As long as I'm doing something positive, whether it's even one person, two persons, I'm happy with it. So if it takes, it takes. If it doesn't, I don't mind too much. Because yeah, the most important things I would say is also in person, right? So there's a lot of work that could be done in person, and looking forward to do this. Yeah.
Maybe you're gonna collaborate with.
If Grandma said
Everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end, and then all of a sudden,
I don't know, like how do you feel about joining Sonic in his mission to have like a strong internet presence?
when you're by yourself, that's because you use a. One of the best. Some things are more appealing than others. Like dogs. Those is interesting in this like full time yet. So every single day I thank him.
Yeah, so do you have like
Hey everyone,
time?
I want to talk about the 25 Zen essays by R.H. Life. Hey everyone, check this out. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of
If I have contacts, I do, but yeah, I do, but I'm not going out like.
Marcus, do you want to be 100% or something?
Oh, if that's well,
Like, I mean, after all, religion is the best business with very low investment, but like heavy ROI. So,
are you sure about this? It's not. It's not. It's not a good. Like, I think for the money, it's not even. It's man, I thought about this one. I was like, if you go out doing Darwa full time, you just don't have. There's no revenue. Like, I'm not the type of guy who's I'm not gonna train people for this. No. Yeah, because it's not part of my. It's not part of how I operate. It's you would. I'm not the kind of person who loves to charge based on information. If I have an information that's valuable, you just give it. That's it.
I mean, a strategy goes a long way, my guy. Right? Like, if you actually want to give your information out to people, it's useful to have a strategy. Nargis is in it for the knowledge side, so that's very interesting. Heavy.
I feel like
Your girl is breathing on last. It's going awful quiet. Come on, I'm told and taught you. I used to with your day. Just one angry shot for Furiosa. Another month could have been your viable human. One off a prime. You lost a baby brother. Perfect in every way. I had a baby brother. And he was perfect. Every way.
Well, because sometimes things that are comforting is actually something good, right? Because you could be speaking to someone. I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
Thank God. Now, you ever see this credit card be worn? You get it by yourself.
Yeah, I think like the way that I see it is more like I should focus. For now, it's not the right time. I should focus on doing some things, make money, and then out of your own pocket, you need to literally just invest in whatever things you deem is important. So that's okay, but that's my opinion. That's how I see it.
Don't use your own money. You get like, if you have a good enough idea, get people to invest. You use other people's money and let them stop. You do not use it.
Yeah, so that's a good idea also. Like, I'm not against it, but the thing is this, right? So if you want to have a partnership, right? Some people are there to make money from whatever whatever endeavor you're going to, right? It's not a regular business. We're not talking here, like, I don't see this as a regular business because it's more of a charity. It's more like you think there's an issue, right? And then you're trying to provide value for an issue. So the people who are going to partner with you, they have to understand that it's not a I invest and then we make profit. No, it's more of I invest and we make a real change in the world. For example, yeah, it's just charity. This is charity. No, we're not making money here. That's the thing. Like, it's not we're not opening a corporation right now. That's the point.
what better corporation than the corporate corporation? It is always the pattern has always been successful with this model because you cannot touch God, the God concept. You can't at Omni. It's the best thing to sell. And
I guess I'm not so sure about that. Like,
I'm telling you.
How do we just because you bring something and is righteous, right? Like, you're sitting here and like you keep going back to that, just like
it's a charity, you want to actually reach people, there are some groups or whatever. Okay, that is independent of having a viable business model, right? So like the two should not be seen at odds, especially like in Islam we don't have this idea of like about poverty or things like that. There's you can make good money doing good work. Okay, so you should also, if you're taking a serious thinking about this, you should not have in your mind that because I'm doing this for God or whatever, therefore making money is something that's inherently wrong or bad. Quite the opposite. If you understand business principles, you can make good money doing this.
Mhm.
Well, I see your perspective. I truly understand it. It's not that I don't understand what you're saying and I'm, naively going the hard way. No, no, no. So what I'm saying is this. If I want to make money, I would rather do this with a business, a true business, who's gonna, literally make true money because of, a valuable problem that is resolved. But when it comes to God, it comes with a certain image, right? You don't want to be part of the people who are going to, feed take money, right, from the people who are listening to you because of information that should be, a no-brainer for available to all. So this is why, like, if you want to give Qur'ans, you should do it, out of your own pocket. It's free. There you go. If you want to feed the poor, it's free. There you go. So yeah.
It is who is doing it. The same stuff has always been around, right? It's how you build off of that. The product has always been around. Like how do you think like innovation happens? Inventions take place. None of these are like out of the blue. No one's inventing the wheel. You're using the same circulating concepts, much like the prophets did, refurbishing them, repositioning them, retelling them your way. Selling a concept. This has been the most efficient way of doing sales. Now, does it bring good to the world? Sure, that's a profit. That's a benefit.
I agree with what Admiral was saying about like Qur'ans and stuff, right? Like there are things like sure, like give people scripture, passing on the hadith and stuff. But then there are things where you're at.
No, you don't want to pass down the hadith, bro. You're gonna get screwed.
Okay.
Hadith, you might want to kind of hide the hadith a little bit. Like that's a dangerous step.
Let's have that conversation at a different time. But the thing is, if but there are things where you're actually performing a service, right? So there's a very famous hadith about the guy who, in the time of the Prophet, performs an exorcism, and he goes to the Prophet and says, "Hey, I have this talent. I help people who are possessed by negative energies, but then I help remove those things for them. Can I charge a fee for this?" And the Prophet says, "Yes, you can." Right. So if you are performing a service, for example, you are passing on content about the application of religion in the modern day. You follow the daily news or you follow social trends, and you are offering an analysis that incorporates a religious view of things and how to maybe hold on to iman or hold on to deen in the face of certain challenges, like in pop culture, for example. That's a service, and there's nothing wrong with making money off of that. But if you're going to somebody, like if you're going to go to somebody and teach them how to pray Allah, okay, I understand like sentimentally and maybe even from a matter of perspective principles, like okay, I'm teaching you how to pray. Like I want my reward to come in the next life. I don't want my reward to be in this life. I totally understand that. But to me, I like I'm against this idea of like just because my domain is one of like religion or whatever, then I can't make any money off of it. And quite the contrary, like my experience of business, like when you have like a legitimate business plan, it actually builds trust with the people that you are doing business with. It doesn't take away trust, right? So it actually helps you build. And then if you're generating like profits, you can do more things with your business if you have the resources to actually fund it.
Yeah, I see the perspective actually. I'm not necessarily like I'm not against it. I'm like on all sides. For example, if someone has he makes videos on YouTube and then he uses this platform, this multi-billion corporation called YouTube and Google, right? He used them in order to send a message, and they pay him a fee, for example. Like, he's making money this way. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying, like, when it comes to like spreading faith or spreading like God, to others, I don't know. It's just a better, I just see it as it would be better to do it for free, So this is why, like, in my mind, I do separate both. I'm like, yeah, here's business ideas. Let's make up money in the real world. Let's resolve real problems. And then once you have this, like, you have accumulated enough money, then you could invest that money into whatever um, purpose you have. And you could even, like, that's the thing though, there are many persons who are willing to give charity in a cause they believe in. So I would rather take my money and the money of someone who's willingly giving his money in a cause we both believe in, rather than uh, in a sense, pumping the money out of the people you serve. It's, for me, I see this as a contradiction. So yeah.
So which is a good religion to target right now? Which can make the most money? I'm serious. Like, have you done the survey on it? What are the videos that are being watched the most?
Steve, are you gonna make social media content?
I'm thinking of.
She's gonna become a Mormonite or something. Like, she's gonna.
No, I'm gonna pump that which is selling the most, obviously.
Wait, but what angle do you want? Do you want to promote the religion or you want to attack the religion? Because you can make money either way.
Maybe promote it, because those who promote have more zealous, right? That's why I think selling a god is so much more easier than destroying a god.
I guess conversations about God and the nature of God and religion, and you're just going to become a grifter, a religious grifter.
Absolutely.
Wow, you really are like a hedonist, aren't you?
Of course.
Oh, that's great. Well, you're a woman, so it can, like, you'll have more success because of that on the internet.
It's very convincing, right? I can basically take both sides.
You're a woman.
You haven't seen my content.
I've still listened to how many episodes you hearing?
It's not going to be like this. I'm going to definitely hire people like to teach me how to make them. I'm going to collaborate with people who already are established, who I also know. Wow, and then just sell a concept.
What, you're just gonna tweet at them and they're gonna agree to work with you? Why the hell would they?
I know them personally.
Well, you're gonna like let somebody with no following, like, it still doesn't make sense for them from a business perspective.
No.
If they are her friends, they could agree. That's, but yeah. And for me, I would say this.
When it comes to money, people don't actually operate that way. Like, if you don't bring something to the table, like, your friend is gonna say, "Hey, I'm happy to support you when there's something in it for me."
They're not supporting me. I'm offering them a chance to make more money.
Look, if you wanna grift, Catholicism is having a moment right now. You should promote Catholicism.
You should partner with Jews. Nargis, how have you thought about this one?
Yeah, the opportunity just been sitting in front of your nose.
Go make some contacts in LA and New York, and then.
Bro, I have contacts on your TikTok. You probably know them.
Nargis, if you want to make money, just become a Zionist Iranian. Become a Zionist Iranian. You'll make so much money.
Oh man, that's not interesting. It should also be interesting, right? It should have that like virtuous quality to it. It's very easy to act virtuous. It's one of the easiest things to do.
Act virtuous about Israel bombing Iran. You'll make
no, you can't. That's the thing. It's a very hard thing to sell. So if you're acting virtuous about like something virtuous, you should complicate it. It's like most people are dumb. They'll buy anything. If you're different, they'll buy anything from you.
You and Admiel should just start a podcast together.
I don't think we're on the same page.
He's not famous at all.
Nexus, right? That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If maybe she refers to the show, maybe we could partner up. Who knows? But yeah.
Oh, was it YouTube? I mean, not YouTube. Netflix with the cult. The next.
Yeah, Nexus. Yeah, the next cult. What a great song.
You know about this?
Yeah, of course.
He's the guy that fucked it. He's the guy that fucked all the women.
He fucked it up. What a cult that was. One of the best formulated cults in the world. How I ended up from it. You don't think so?
Like, wow. Yes, of course it did.
My God, what?
We had them working non-stop.
Yeah. It involved it was so attractive. What a great cult that was. And how bad, and how...
Maybe they don't know about this. Let me put the link up at the top. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man. The next... If they didn't sponsor it, they didn't want to get out of Argentina. So, oh my God, remember? Dude, that was horrific. Towards the end, how ugly it got. Oof. Got ugly.
Next year.
Next year. What a great idea. So many documentaries on that. Fantastic. What a model.
I think we need to bring back Osho.
I see it in this weekend. Ashram. It's really, it's not going to spend any.
A psychologist. She had a doctorate degree on manipulation.
Yes. Dark psychology, yeah.
She mastered the manipulation.
My gosh, that was hard to look for. See, I would sell perennialism. It's just that, which is very ongoing right now. It's really like
we do something like this, like this. Like if I start a cult, it's gonna be like this.
It should exactly. It should be a cult like that, so well organized.
Right? Like, and some people see the smart men don't get fooled by fucking pussy men. Ugh.
Yeah.
He's very successful. He did Ponzi schemes before, and he was successful.
He did so well. Each was called a vanguard in this Nexium, right? My God, he brought about hierarchy, and that brought about being competition in his followers. He did it so intelligently. Dark mind, very dark evil mind.
What is even? I don't see the. It's not even attractive in any sense. Like, what are you guys talking about? Cult leaders freaking fooling people and.
What do you think you're doing? What do you think religion is doing?
It's not a cult. There's a difference between religion.
What do you think religion is?
Cult. Like religion is an
active.
Exactly. Cult is based on exerting power. It's satanic. Like it's literally exerting power, and the people.
What is
the first people have more power, and it's all a scheme.
That's right. Like the high-end scholarship, the popes, the mullahs, that's correct. The high-end.
This is meritocracy. They deserve their place. The Imam studied for years. You know, he have knowledge. He knows the deep end of the religion, so on and so forth.
So do very well studied cult leaders.
Freak, you're talking about dark manipulation tactic.
What do you think religion is? If you don't know this, what the hell? What is that? What is that?
A religious person who is, I'm not going to speak of all the 4,000 plus religions, but I'm going to speak of the main ones, Abrahamic ones. It's all about truth, guiding people towards a greater good. Yeah, that's chaos, reducing in the world.
Fear-mongering is the basis of a successful cult. If this, then hell. If not this, then heaven. Is the basis of the placement of giving you placements.
Basic question. Not tied up with
manipulating people in your view, or is everything a manipulation?
Just music is like Alistair Crowley here says, is hypnosis.
How's your Crowley? Are you kidding me?
This guy here, John Kitover says.
Now you made it more general hypnosis. Like no, it's either manipulation or true intentions. One or the other.
Bro, in the end, that's what it is. Like, chill out.
I mean, I know Christians are hypnotized, but you guys take the cake.
Yeah, these guys are eating the cake too.
The big fact of the matter to like existence, it's not just whatever people say.
You want to put your metaphysics against mine? No, we can metaphysics on.
I'm a perennialist. I'm a traditional. I'm not like Nargis who says I'm a perennialist because I just understand the intellectual frameworks of different religions.
I'm a traditional perennialist too, actually.
How you think all religion is a con?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it as Dan says it. You are a You are a jed. Yeah, that's the joke.
What is your what is your temple called?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
no.
My temple? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like the temple or okay. So we have mosques and we have the Kaaba.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? So we have the Catholic Church, and we know that it's either going to be me or you, right? So we're going to make sure it's you before it's me. We're going to race it on. You know, every empire falls. Translate.
Except, and now I'm gonna take the verse from Daniel, was it 7? 7. Except the last empire of God, who is carved by God's hand, right in the mountain, the rock, the foundation, who's gonna stay up until the last day, the last religion on earth.
Abstract.
Wait, Nargis, do you believe in prophets?
Sure.
Or yeah.
Sure, I do. Yes, why not? What do you believe in? I believe in archetypes, the principle of good humans that have come to guide others at all times. Yes.
So there's the divinity sends messengers, the divinity sends revelation. So those are parts of your worldview.
Of course, the bee is a messenger, the flower is a messenger, the human is a messenger.
But are there then people who are sent throughout time to protect the messages that are sent that were sent?
That is one source principle that yes, absolutely.
Okay, so then how can it be the case that whole religion is just a scam then?
But if you're going to need to be protected, how is it protected? If it's the truth, it's the truth. You can't separate it. Like,
it's not protected. It's just a reminder because humans forget.
Well, it can be divinely protected also. Why not?
How do you protect the truth? If it's something is true, then it's true.
Yeah, you don't. There's no need to protect it. Truth doesn't need anything.
Well, because evil.
It's not intentionally.
So what I'm saying is that the evil forces may want to erase the truth, but if absolute reality protects a certain reality, who are you to even try to even destroy it? We would say as Muslims, basically, all the humans on earth wanted to erase the Quran, they would not be able to do so. That's a claim. It's still applicable.
What is the Quran
right now?
What is the Quran?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, actually.
I don't know what the Quran is. What is the Quran? I don't know. Which one? Like it. What does that mean? Like, is that a verse? You have to explain that to me. I don't know that about this.
Yeah, there's the Quranic challenge. So there's
the
no
Quran
challenge.
and what? Is that what we say?
Of course.
Okay. And
Reminder.
and this was okay. So this is your holy book. All right, go to what is the verse? What is it?
Let me find this.
It's referencing something from the Bible.
It's just making a claim. God is making a claim about the book, right? It's not to say, like, I'm not here trying to say, oh, your Bible is corrupted. No, I'm just talking about the preservation of the Quran. That's it. It's in chapter 52, 52 verse 33. Yeah.
I don't think you're a perennialist, atheist. You're a traditionalist Muslim who acknowledges like the truth that was held by different prophets who came and spoke of it, just as Islam says. These are perennials.
I am highly traditionalist. Like I do consider myself like highly traditionalist. It's just sometimes I don't know. You can't dismiss everything, right? So that's my perspective.
Who's dismissing everything?
Well, I don't know. Some people do see the world black and white in the sense that, you know, I'm right, everyone is wrong. So I don't think I take this approach per se, even though I do have a lot of black and white ideas, right? So
Like then, in that case, then why would you be propagating one particular thing that you call it truth, right? Instead, you would propagate that which is like a true principle instead of like a particular. You would say that there are universal truths and there are like particulars to that universal truth. These particulars come in the form of religions, different. But the universal truth, or these universal principles, are true at all times, right? In any possible world, and they don't change. So much.
well, there is, yeah, but that's the thing. I wouldn't necessarily disagree, but like you can have, because again, it depends how you see it, right? Like if because there is, I do think the Quran says, you know, the deen was perfected, the religion of God was perfected.
So deen is not religion.
Who to define what this
Deen is not religion.
is?
Deen is a system on which, like truth is placed, universal truth. That is.
Yeah, it's a universal law. It's a universal law.
Yeah, you can't change that, right?
It'd be Sharia, right? Sharia is more like the system or the.
Deen means structure, like a system that structurally works to achieve like its highest goal. That is deen.
Exactly.
Mazhab is religion.
Well, madhab it's even more sectarian-like.
So that is religion.
Yeah, it's like a subcategory of in a religion.
Yes.
So yeah, but you know, my approach is pretty simple. I would say, you know, any religion has truth, right? Now you should just be able to decipher what is that truth, and in order for you to do this, you should know those universal laws in a sense. Those
really, yeah, right. So every mazhab has deen as the biggest set.
Yeah.
The subset is mazhab. So mazhab can be anything, right? You call it something, you give it names, you give it particulars, you give it differences. It's just like diversity in human beings. But the bigger set is human.
You know, I've heard, again, if you're a perennialist, I don't know how to say this word, I've heard that came from a Jew, actually. It was a rabbi. He was saying that he read the Quran, and he said that actually, whenever in the Quran it uses the word deen, it's not referencing, let's say, just the religion of Islam, but it's referencing the religion of God, which is, you know, above the divisions of man. So he was saying basically that Muslims and Jews are both following, and Christians are both following the same deen, but they have different sharias, right? Different covenant. But then, you know, it could be a controversial take, right? It could really be a controversial take depending on how you see this. What's my approach? I would say I'll have to think about it. I don't know.
So go back in history and like see, because the record is scripture is historic. You have to see how the historic Muhammad utilized like these concepts, right, to become successful and victorious in his empire of faith. And how he did it was by using deen as the very basis, not mazhab. So he's presenting a structure, like a universal truth principle. He's including like all other mazhabs. He's saying, okay, the Christian, okay, the Jew, okay. With slight alteration, such that he can keep the deen going. The deen here being like taslim, to surrender. That is the very like, that perfects you. To know exactly what you are, which is a contingent being, a dependent being. And to surrender to that dependency. That is the best of all truths. It'll always sell as a concept.
Wait, who is that?
Yeah, who did that?
Who is that? Who said that?
In the Deen and the Islam.
Yeah.
The best of all deen.
That's a verse in the Quran.
Right.
Yeah, because God gave a name in the Quran to this, to the deen, to this deen, or yes,
But name Islam.
Okay, listen. Some people would
What
say
is
it's
Islam?
not a name, but it's gonna be rare. Like, and like he references
Basic it's not there historically in the first 10 years at least
Okay,
of the Prophet.
I don't have an issue
You
actually.
don't study history. This is why you
I need to be I'm aware of your position. I'm really aware of it.
It's not
Now,
a position. It's
for the position you're representing. So yeah, you could say the religion of God or the universal law of God is to surrender to the will of God, right? And a Christian could say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God. And a Jew can say, yes, I also surrender to the will of God.
Islam means to surrender to the will of God. Where are you getting it from? What is?
Well, that's actually undeniable. That's
yes, that's the truth, right?
Yeah.
It's true. Don't add fucking words to it. Islam is.
That's what it is.
Give me the freaking
Islam is
meaning of it.
Yeah. So because it's linked to different words, it's also related to peace, right? So through submission, one achieves through true peace, right? So that's what the essence of Islam means. That's it. Pretty simple, basic, and it's true, right? So that's what it is. There's no many words. When you surrender to the will of God, that's where you sense this true sense of peace within yourself, because you're going with reality, not against it. That's what it is, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the conversation. I really don't know too much about what's going on, but I'm trying to pick up on little things here and there. But it's just really interesting.
Yeah.
You don't really know now, bro. I don't know what Islam is either.
You literally denied the definition, but can you propose a solution? What's the counter? Like, I don't understand this sort of intention.
I didn't deny the. I'm saying don't put so words in it. So when you say like to surrender, it's to surrender to what? To reality.
Yeah, but there's also this aspect of peace in the word of
okay, all that. Those would be, but the idea is to like surrender to the reality of things, right? To be aligned with, like you said. If you don't, then you're flunking, basically. If you do, then you have known it, and that is the best of all structures. That is true. And all
they need to serve, right? Or like even what? Like yeah, it's true.
That's true. But you preserve it or not, it stays.
found that a little weird when you said preservation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Preservation.
Yeah, it's like insecurity. As though like truth requires us to preserve.
Yeah. Because he's making connections like, yeah, the Greek words we have. Yeah, I really agree with you, man. Like, I'm not here trying to say like, oh, the Bible has whatever this and that, and no, that's not my way. I'm just trying to.
I mean, if I'm agreeing with you, proof that the Bible was corrupted, I would just expect them to give me the evidence. I'm all up for like people, say, "Oh, I don't think this is true." I mean, like, why don't you tell me where? Like, is there another one that says it's not? And then we just go from there. I mean, I have no problems with you saying it's.
Can I ask you a classical question? So this one you probably heard it, but I'm curious to see how, like, what's your actual position?
Yeah.
So the question is this: so what Bible do you think is the one?
The latest one.
The latest one.
Yeah, because the preservation of the Bible gets better and better and closer.
It's really mysterious.
To its original form every time it's translated. We're taking a database of not only one language, but multiple languages with the same meanings. But no matter how you say it, no matter how many times it's been said, it's going to be to its original meaning. So the more translations we have, the more research and development into it. So it only preserves it even better, just like we've seen with the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we have the same Dead Sea Scrolls, and we see that it's almost Isaiah is almost identical.
Oh, okay. So here, according to you, you should take the latest major English translation of the Catholics, the New Catholic Bible, NCB.
According to what? So there's the RSV, but there's also other versions like the NIV that use the Masoretic text, also in the Hebrew. Which I would love, still to know what, when that latest translation comes out. I'm interested in knowing what they found in that one also.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And
my question is like, I'm not here trying to you. No, it's just I'm curious.
I think with the more scholars involved, especially secular scholars, we get a more and more honest opinion because they don't have stake in the game. So I think the more information you have about it and more people like critiquing it, it makes it a better translation.
What about the Ethiopian Bible? Why not this one?
What about it? I'm going to use it too. It's going to be a conglomerate of all the translations in every language.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, it's because there's like more books. Maybe you could say this is a heresy. Oh no. No! More books! More knowledge! I don't know.
Isn't that what someone takes out? Like the size?
No, it's not the size. No, listen, I'm not trying to. Listen, I'm simply trying to see what's your perspective. Would you be open minded to read an Ethiopian Bible with 88 books you have never seen or read? And it's new information, and will you be patient not to say heresy, no, it's wrong? And would you say the same thing with the Protestant Bible that has 66 books, right? So I'm just curious to see what's your
fits flush. So fits flush. See what it's cool. I'm gonna make little
I think you're like hola amigo, ¿qué tal?
See, when you're tired,
Yeah, stuck.
when you put all your eggs in one basket, I mean, right? And you put it in the particulars, right? Without like something else.
Holes.
Uh-huh.
Escucho.
Probably has to pass before I can open it. Okay.
No te entiendo, amigo. I'm practicing Spanish. See, I told you guys one day if I speak Spanish, it's simply to flex. That's it. Good language. I would rather like focus more on classical Arabic. Yeah. There's a lot of words too.
And one day you realize that all this you held to, right? And all this you so much fought for and flexed for was just a particular of the truth that everyone else seems to hold also. Your entire like freaking lifelong dream of just making one thing true while negating all others was such a useless way of living. And that will be a bit too late to live because you would have gotten old by then.
No, I don't think so.
What is that? What they do? Is that the reason?
No, you know, it's a good thing.
My mother always asking me like, "Oh, what is it that you believe?" And I'm like, "Yo, I'm asking. Like, man, you have to care about what I believe." I've noticed that with these guys. They're always like, "What do you believe?"
So the thing is, it's all in the intention. If, you know, if let's say you had good intentions and you made sure along the way that you didn't do decisions based on, in order to please others or whatever, you know, like, I don't think I'm gonna regret whatever, anything. So yeah, it's just as long as you understand you did the best based on what you were able to know, right? Uh, there's no regret. I don't think so. Especially if you think a lot about purpose. I think like we're people who think a lot about purpose and what to do and stuff like this. So I'm confident that we're gonna make good decisions and yeah. Yo, I'm just saying like till the end. Till the end.
So young, bro. So young, man. I just like it's okay. One day you'll grow up. Words have gotten behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. And you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking.
So what would you say are your biggest regrets in life? If you have any, and if you want to share.
Signing on the club.
Um,
Signing on the clubhouse. Maybe that's one of them.
yeah, that is one of my biggest regrets.
Clubhouse.
That would be one of my biggest regrets. However, that'll come to an end. At least it's real life. But other than that, just how like I think No, I don't have any. Maybe I do. Just rap decision making, things like that. But that is not because of.
But
I used to
your
think-
your
I used to
overall
think truth exists. Yeah, I used to think truth exists in only one form, under one banner, with one name. And I used to give things identity. That wasted a lot of my time.
That's actually a good topic. A good topic. Huh? What's your question?
I used to think it should. I used to think it should look one certain way, right? That it competes. That truth actually competes with falsehood. Truth never competes with anything. It's not in the nature of truth to feel lack. Competition is a sense of lack. And you can be dedicated to one thing, right? There's glory in that. There's like trust in that.
Narcissus, you're so good at saying nothing.
Because it is all nothing.
No, it's because you're just like, I don't know. I worry about you, like the amount of time you spend on this app talking. It's worrisome.
I'm just expressing my thoughts.
Right. Are you prepared? Are you prepared though to receive the final revelation?
That's a good question.
What is that?
It's the tarot. I'm gonna read your 4 tarot cards.
Go ahead.
Oh, come on. I'm sure revelation, we all had something in mind. It was like, this is it, man.
Okay, you are the star. Repeat after me. All your dreams are coming true.
All my dreams are gone.
Creativity. Opportunities. Renewal. Hope.
Hope.
Faith.
Faith.
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Air. 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 Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have faith in the fulfilling of your dreams?
Yes.
Disappointment.
In the Bible.
Disbelief. Faithlessness. And insecurity. Number 17, the star.
I mean, that's why, there's like the lovers are supposed to be Adam and Eve, and then you got the devil card, and that's also Adam and Eve. Literally, the words of Torah are on the Wheel of Fortune.
Let your inner voice guide you. Intuition, divine truth, emotional stability. What is your inner voice telling you? Know and understand your deeper values and beliefs. What do you believe about the world?
How are you reading? How are you reading cards? You're asking me questions.
What do you want to express? Fall in love with your creativity. You
I want to read this. This is another paragraph. Oh, come on.
okay, pick a number 1 through 100.
33.
Okay.
Wait, I swear that was the number I picked.
Okay, this is number 33. A good warrior is not bellicose. A good fighter does not anger. A good clubhouse conqueror does not contest his enemy on stage. One who is good at using others on Clubhouse puts himself below them. This is called integrity without competition. This is called using others. This is called parity with heaven, the pinnacle of the ancients.
Stop it. Stop. You know it. She's sensitive.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, 17 from the Tao Te Ching. What is firmly established cannot be uprooted. What is tightly embraced cannot slip away. Thus, sacrificial offerings made by sons and grandsons will never end. Cultivated in the person, integrity is true. Cultivated in the family, integrity is ample. Cultivated in the village, integrity lasts long. Cultivated in the state, integrity is abundant. Cultivated everywhere under heaven, integrity is vast. Observe other persons through your own person. Observe other families through your own family. Observe other villages through your own village. Observe other states through your own state. Observe all under heaven through all under heaven. How do I know the nature of all under heaven? Through this.
That was great.
Yeah, I like those little intermissions.
I like the harmonica. I think John should learn to play the mouth harp.
I've got that. I got it. This little ditty is called Cora is the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on.
Moderator, point of order. Point of order. Moderator. Moderator. Point of order. Point of order. Moderator. Point of order. Moderator. Moderator. Point of order. Moderator. Point of order. Point of order. Moderator. Or
Daniel, did you make an AI of me?
I have to see a picture of you.
I
Did you
sent
send
you a picture. Yeah, I sent it.
Let me look. Hold on.
Can you take away my acne? I just moved to Dallas and my acne is really bad now.
What you need is more sunlight and, microdermabrasion, take some hot baths, use a moisturizer, stop with all the alcohol chemicals. The key is sunlight. You got to get about 25 minutes of direct, intense sunlight. right at about 420.
Is it? No, well, my skin was really nice because I'm from Albuquerque and it's super dry there. And then I just moved to Dallas and the humidity is like 100%. So my skin is freaking out and I'm producing, too much oil for what the climate is. But I mean, it's fine. I'll deal with it.
Dude, he believes it. You look super cute in that picture. All right, I'll do one. You want to? Oh, hold on. Let me just do one. I'll see.
Yeah, send me one. I want to make a this one. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Are you gonna make a funny one? Please make a funny one.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a good one. Put you and Daniel in one. Let's see here.
I kind of want to twin with you guys too. I'm not gonna lie. I feel a little left out.
Is anyone talking?
I talk to the wind, but she doesn't answer.
I think I need to become a vegetarian for like maybe 3 months. Yeah, I'm gonna try this.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It's just you need to try it so then you understand it better, and then you take a decision.
That's kind of relatable.
Sorry, become a what?
A vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
Yeah, that's very good. Really good.
As of now, it's just what's the arguments? I've seen that it's probably more healthy, but I'm not sure about it. I'll have to see. Like, I'll have to try it for myself and see.
Reducing animal suffering.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen.
Also, it's like easier on the stomach.
Exactly. But if you become a vegetarian and then you still eat like junk food and stuff like this, it's not good either.
Yeah, look into like an Ayurvedic vegetarian. It's really good.
You know what's actually what's more important?
Valid chat.
What's more important, being a vegetarian or actually having food to eat?
Well, if you're in a like if you're living in a place where you don't have food, you're just gonna take the priority straight up. This is why Eid is useful in many ways because you share food, you share a lot of meat with people who usually don't eat them like big portions. So,
My God, poor things. Poor Things is gonna be on Netflix June 7th, so I'm gonna probably spend the next 3 months just watching Poor Things on repeat. Ugh. Think about it. They're comparing one day in a year, right? I mean, to like the whole year. See how far argument is?
yeah, well,
Coming from bias,
it's not.
stuff.
Yeah, I see. It's not just like one day.
The seats supply food every single day.
Yeah, the same thing we do. Usually, it's every Friday, right? So every Friday, you should, take food and take it to the mosque. That's how it is,
Seats
right?
supply food for humanity, not themselves. Anyone can walk in and take.
That's actually better. It's a better approach. Well, you could say that the Catholic Church does also a great portion when it comes to humanity works, and you could say also a lot of Islamic organizations do as much, right?
Islamic organizations work only for Muslims. Mostly Christian organizations work only for Christians. And Jewish organizations work.
No, that's not true.
Favorite size. Yes, that is very true.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Maybe some. No, so maybe
make tribe more powerful. Make tribe increase. Make tribe prominent.
Yeah, so I would argue Sikhs the same thing for their own.
They don't actually know. Are you believing me? It is you should do it for everyone.
No, I agree with you. Like I'm saying, there might be organizations that do it for a broader target audience, let's say, but yeah, it's just like that's something to work on. But still, you wouldn't make what they do as something evil when they're helping somebody in their own community. It's also good. It's not bad.
To the community. That's the problem. That is the problem.
You say that all the time. That is the problem. And you repeat yourself on this app 1,000 times a week. That is the problem. To be honest, reading a book here is important.
That is the problem.
lightest strength, I think, Marcus. Like, Marcus, you're getting it. I've heard in every room someone has something to say about you.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
She's a polarizing figure.
She's not polarizing.
Was that Alistair?
Alistair, yeah.
He's just jealous because he's not a polarizing figure.
I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius and say, the spherical form of the soul maintains its figure. So when it says that the truth that is in itself, don't you and I have automatic truth?
His John Kitover's fortune so bad right now. He's really pushing me.
Well, you're the one with acne. Someone's got anxiety.
My God, why did you tell him? He uses it against you. Time to move, achieve.
I think Eid al-Adha moves the economy, even the stocks.
Well, Rabbanu Shalom, the hermit,
Or just see. I think he should be good as a vampire too.
That's so cool. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, vampire, whatever, I'm down with it. It's dope.
Angel, how do you feel about your inner world?
Wow.
Moderator.
I'm not whatever. Getting better. It's getting better. It was a little chaotic.
Do you believe that all the answers to life lie within you?
Yeah, that's somewhat right. Oh, no. Hello, Christina. Do you want to go?
What beliefs keep you in a cage?
I don't
My
feel like
body is a cage.
Thinking there is a cage in the first place.
right.
How can I celebrate the love in my life?
And I'll receive.
All right. Hello.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
You gonna follow everything?
What is waiting for you in your freedom?
Waiting for me. Sorry, what?
What is right in front of you that you might not be able? Ooh, there was a car accident outside. Uh-oh. I'll be back.
What is this room? I'm confused. It's just a guy asking us random questions or something.
We compare ideologies and ideas and have conversations.
I like that.
I was enjoying this. He had some good questions. I'm still trying to figure out the sadness part.
What sadness part? Which question?
I think he said something like, "What?"
Sometimes you just gotta let it out.
Yeah. Sadness. I don't know. It was a good question. I think the question was like, why should you carry sadness in your life? It resembled something like this. So
I don't know about why. It's definitely part of life, right?
yeah, it is. No, it's like undeniably it exists. It's there. There's a verse in the Quran that answers this question. It's a rhetorical question. Do you think you will achieve paradise? What was the verse again saying? Do you think you will achieve paradise without being tested as the ones before you? So it actually sets the settings. Like there's a test, right? So there's a certain test. So you have options: sadness and happiness, suffering and peace, right? So I don't know. So maybe that could be an answer.
Have you ever wondered why, like a necessary being, the ultimate reality, the most powerful of all that there can be, right, would want to test you? Like, how petty is that? Have you ever thought of it?
Well, that's the like because there's a certain context. The context is that in the beginning it was not like that, but then you set up yourself in a certain position. So that's the context.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so we're all born, for example, I'm going to take this example. We're all born on this earth free. Oh, I have to do something real quick.
Oh my god, this is like being edged in conversation. 1 minute there's a fucking car accident, now he's gotta leave. What the hell?
Yeah, 3 hot chicks just banged into some guy's car, and now they're all sitting outside the car in their underpants. It's like the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Wait, what?
There are 3 hot chicks that just crashed a car, and they're all in their underpants. It's a miracle.
Bro, it's your sign. Go ahead. Go help.
It's true. Should I just put on a rubber right now and run out there and be like, I'm ready?
Outfit
I'm ready!
is on the other way, on the other side of the road, and you just don't know it yet. Anyways, what was the point? We were discussing something. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, all communication is hypnosis, and hypnosis creates amnesia, and so you can't remember what you were talking about.
Actually, so we were talking about. I was about to give an example, right? So the parable was this: we are born in this world and we are free, right? Now, some people, for example, they could do something bad, like they could just go out and whatever, just murder someone, and eventually he's gonna end up in a reality where he's in prison, and boom, he's gonna suffer there. So I think that's just a small parable to explain, like,
Oh, yeah?
I guess the bigger picture. We're here for a specific reason. There's a context. It was not like this in the beginning, right? So I think that's what the Quran is saying.
Yeah, nonsense. Can you elaborate on that?
How is it nonsense? We
I can make this sense. Why do we need a test when we didn't choose the test? We are being tested as we've been bred. Why are we being tested for what? Why are we creating something to test its limits?
So the verse was addressing people here on earth, right? So yes, here on earth, we have a lot of tests, but apparently, like, from the, I guess, from the when we were in paradise, it was all good, everything was fine, but then you chose to eat a fruit in order to learn evil, and even in order to eat the fruit to know what evil is.
Saying this is a literal story.
You had to.
Obviously, this was a literal story, right?
No, I'm gonna take it from a literal and a non-literal perspective. I'm gonna take it from all angles. All right. So when we decided, in a sense, to eat the fruit and to know what evil is, we went against the command of God, and that's when the reality change.
The fruit is evil. Why are you giving attribute to the fruit? Or
Because
for the
the knowledge of good and evil, according to according to the Bible. That's the biblical.
You take on the Bible now?
Yeah, why not? Or
Yeah, because your Quran is lacking.
no, it's not lacking in any sense. You know,
maybe you can explain it from the Quran itself, right? Keep to one paradigm so that you can stay true to one, and then you can move to another.
This is a room called comparative religions. I can bring up insights from all around. So you're the perennialist. You're supposed to even like what I'm doing. But anyways, so yeah, the point was this, right? You learned evil. You went against you know,
but I also learned
a certain command.
But I also learned good. So to be
was all you knew according to the narrative. That's the point. So in order for you to like, once someone enters sins, that's when he sees the difference. In a sense, he sees the difference between the two states of, being good, being, whatever.
Yeah, but God knew that Adam would do that, right? It wasn't his knowledge.
Well, you can say this.
Plotted by God.
No, it's not. A question of plot.
Design. The whole thing was designed by God.
Reality is complete. Reality is complete, right? So, but in a sense, we chose that faith for humanity.
It was designed for us to choose. The whole thing is known by God, right? Therefore, whether it is in his knowledge or in his act, because he is source, that the whole was also maneuvered by God.
Well, so like I said, it's on the earth complete already. You choose where you want to go.
It's like a gay retarded 13-year-old fat store.
As-sabiqun, the ones who are, in advance. They're literally in paradise before others. Now, how does that even apply?
Like a gay retarded 13-year-old fat boy.
Are true, right? There might be people in paradise right now. It's like, that's the point. I'm trying to say, like, the story and all these concepts, right? What does it mean, someone passing time in hell for whatever X amount of time, and other people not even having to, go through this process at all? So there's so many variables to take in consideration, right? So, yeah, maybe some people are living right now the story of Adam pre the fall. Have you thought about this one?
Like, have you ever once thought in your life without giving reference from a scripture, right? Any scripture. Have you ever once reasoned out with the power of your own mind?
Of course, I do this all the time. But again,
when you reference back to something else, which is a metric, right? Your mind is the metric. Just use pure reason, because that also is like open for all, right? Like anyone can. There's someone who doesn't take.
It's because I take in consideration you're aware with the materials. So if you're aware with the materials, what I'm saying is actually it's not something foreign. Like, you could relate to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how could we, like, I could discuss about these things outside of scripture, but we have to do it once and for all. Like, I love to do both. That's how I usually
but I'm also aware that it's just storytelling, right? I'm like, I don't see it doesn't hold like ontological truth to it. It's so the truth is in its moral.
Okay, if I could do it from this approach, right? So you could have. Wait, there's characters on Clubhouse are starting to sound the same to me. Interesting. Okay, yeah. So, what I'm trying to say is this, right? the goal is to be in a reality that is peaceful, and you could describe it as you want, right? What is the ideal reality for you? Let me ask you this question. Yeah, so it's not for me. I don't do for me things. I try to so existence is the
That's why you don't read books.
absolutely right.
You don't do anything for yourself.
The only thing I can like say very clearly that exists is that things exist.
All your efforts are coming to fruition.
Yeah, again, that's the thing. Like we could start this talk again about like this like as if you position yourself from an atheistic perspective or really skeptic perspective, but like in the back of my mind, I keep along all the discussions we had, previously, and I'm trying to say like, okay, she's consistent with this idea, so I could, say this, or she's consistent with this idea, so now she understands this. Okay,
Wow, it's a lot of work. A lot of keeping track. The point is you don't need to do that, because when you do that, you're basically acting like an algorithm. And the truth is you're not an algorithm, and this app is a huge waste of time. So, when you compare all the conversations, and then we were to take all the intelligence from all the conversations and compare that to just a couple good books, it's like one millionth of what's in the book. So how do we get around that type of information transfer problem? There's just not enough time to actually transfer all the information through a conference call app. So this app is purely entertainment for our words on a short bus. And I'm driving a short bus to the cliff, and I'm out of the bus and I'm pushing it over the cliff because I was happier before I heard about this conference call app. And I'm not saying I'm not happier than I was then. I'm just saying that eventually you're going to realize that this app is our word.
Yeah, I mean, you could like I think different people differently. I would say on my end, it's just like there's some insights of the day that might be useful to use in the future, and you could link this up with other ideas you've already took notes of, right? So that's how I see this, like, having discussions with people is to test ideas. Yeah. Why do you direct so much of your effort and attention towards, altering or influencing others and not focus inward? I do focus inward most of my time, actually. So I would say like 98% of the time I'm alone. I'm literally just working on stuff, I'm doing well alone. Yes, I do work with people, but like yeah, mostly I'm not interacting with people. So, yeah. Sometimes I even speak and my voice don't come out because I stayed silent for too long, so depends. What about you? What about me? Do you focus more inward or outward? I don't think there's a difference in my case. But balance.
Well, I just want to quote Marcus Aurelius. When Marcus said, "What is thy art? To be good. And how is this accomplished well except by general principles? Some about the nature of the universe, and others about the proper constitution of man?" Hello? Hello?
You're very funny, John. I think the underpants girls have hijacked your signal. Yo, what happened with the accident? Are they still outside? How do you know it's an accident? He said it. It's a crash. Oh, okay, yeah. In French, we say accident, so it's maybe it's the mistranslation.
The argument for the natural origins of the Quran does not rest upon crude reductionism or 19th century polemics, but upon the cumulative force of literary, historical, and philosophical evidence. Gabriel Said Reynolds' work demonstrates that the Quran is intelligible not as an isolated eruption from heaven, but as a text immersed in the late antique religious world, a world saturated with biblical traditions, apocrypha, homiletic rhetoric, sectarian disputes, and Jewish-Christian exegetical culture. The Quran repeatedly repurposes audience familiarity with biblical narratives. It eludes, compresses, revises, reorients inherited traditions for sermonic and theological purposes. This is precisely what one expects from a human text, emerging within an already existing religious ecosystem. Reynolds forcefully challenges the traditional Islamic assumption that the Quran can only be understood through later Muslim biographies and commentaries about Muhammad. He notes that even scholars who accepted the traditional framework continually admitted profound uncertainty regarding the text's obscure vocabulary, chronology, and references. The implication is devastating. If the classical exegetical tradition truly preserved transparent historical memory of revelation, the Quran should not remain so. Instead, its opacity dissolved when read. Like a self-contained divine monolith. Ongoing. Position. Literary strategy. Outward or Abrahamic worship. It is a far less applicable. It is is often used precisely the kinds of transformations found in oral preaching, liturgical adaptation, and sectarian storytelling. Reynolds emphasizes that the Quran resembles homiletic discourse more than systematic revelation. Its rhetoric is exhortative, Actually charged and deeply intertextual. And then constructs the text does not introduce radically new theological action. Rather, it reorganizes and reframes existing monotheistic materials to a new pattern of religious proclamation. Is a hallmark of historical is continuity. Again, I think that it's pretty clear that Zero literature, prophetic biography of the prophet, the corpus, do not reflect the true history of the origins of the Quran. And this is what makes the Quran more sense when understood in the context of late 18th. It should be obvious to you and me that sure to see that you have
with this actually. So because when we're talking about the origin, we're gonna give it a different perspective. You're looking at it from the lens of like I think somehow historians would think, and that's how they think, right? It's a book that was written in a certain period of time was influenced with time, right? So, but that's the claim we make, right? The claim we make is that God is knowing, he is also interacting with the informations available to man, right? So that includes the biblical scriptures, that includes any other information he deems relevant to transmit. So I don't see a contradiction. That's the point.
Broader scholarly trajectory Reynolds surveys further intensifies the argument. From Geiger to Noldeck to Wansborough, critical scholarship repeatedly discovered that the Quran is inseparable from Jewish and Christian antecedents. While scholars differed over particulars, whether the influences were Syriac, Jewish, Christian, Nestorian, or otherwise, the central conclusion persisted. The Quran emerged from a matrix of late antique monotheistic tradition. The disagreements concern the channels of transmission, not the existence of transmission itself. In the end, the naturalistic explanation possesses immense explanatory power. It accounts for the Quran's linguistic borrowings. There's a chance that I'll end up at the end of this. In tension with theological controversies of late antiquity, and its dependence upon audiences already familiar with biblical material. Supernatural origin, by contrast, explains none of these phenomena independently.
Mazel tov!
Various features of revelation. The historical critical method requires no
Mazel
supplement.
tov.
Quran appears in Reynolds' analysis not as an isolated heavenly artifact, but as one of the late great scriptural productions of the late antique Near East. Brilliant, rhetorically powerful, religiously transformative, and profoundly human. That's the Quran as I see it. I'm not saying that you should see it that way, but I just wanted to share that's what I think the Quran is. And I think that it's beautiful to, for me, try and be as honest as I can with the text and fast as being it's going to be far superior to yours than me.
What's my argument?
We revealed to the Prophet Muhammad over a period of 23 years. There's been a car accident. We have a squad car here.
Yeah, this is the position I hold. So
Villages for your own village.
the point is that
Other states.
you usually put a space. how can I say this? The result of interactions with previous scriptures compiled by the hands of men manually into like a corpus. That's your position, right?
Well, my position is that the Quran is a collection of oral of oral transmission, of oral traditions, that were then later put onto paper.
Okay, because let's make it the same thing. I also believe this. I believe the Quran, which is primarily a recitation, an oral was put on paper. But my question is more like, do you think it's the invention of man, as you know, people discussing how we could like compile texts and write them and think about the words, or do you think like
Somebody like you, somebody. Just to go even honest about here, the lights. You do that, you think that's right. Already dead. Because you know, if we see sensation, you know, the brain can go out, sorry. Oh, and each time you blow until the you're ready to dead.
And then it shows all the features that was and compiled by men. They deal with one entities. They deal with do you ever get controversies of late antiquity? It's just even the argumentation and what the Quran focuses on. It is a polemic. It is a critique. It addresses the concern of a 7th century religious environment. It doesn't speak broadly of the human experience, but it's perfectly placed within the 7th century on many levels.
So now what's like, okay, you're reading this, so is your main point like that your point is more provable than, let's say, the Islamic position? That's your claim, or what's your claim exactly?
Well, there are many Islamic positions. So like the idea is going to be, it was a critique of your position. So for example, you hold to that the Quran was revealed verbatim to the Prophet.
To the Prophet, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I say
it's tied also, just to make the position clear, it's tied also to eyewitnesses who were present during this time, and they're also documented. So it's not just a theory that emerges, you know, years later. If you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't know. I think the naturalistic explanation is forced one. As I said, I mean, this book. I don't think that you should be compelled by what I think the Quran is. I just think yeah, I think that you should be like, I'm just expressing to you the beauty that I think it has been in my sort of this book, my investigation. Like, hey, what is the Quran? And so these are the conclusions that I've come to the best of my abilities.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. It's a fair position. Like, I'm not gonna. I disagree, but you know, I wouldn't like, if your claim is to come to me and say my position is superior than yours, then I think that would be a good decision, a good conversation, right? But if your goal is simply to say this is my position so far, you know, and you want to highlight certain truth you gathered along the way and you want to share them, well, that's great. I would be I would love to see what findings you have, like, so yeah. But I do think the position I hold is superior.
Is it your opinion that your position is superior, or is it a fact that your position is superior?
Um, I would prefer for you guys to judge. I'm not gonna judge for you. So because I think that a lot of things I say concerning this topic are facts, but again, I'm not here to convince you. Like, it's up to you to judge whether what I say is a fact.
Well, I've just found that there really are no facts. There's only opinions. And most people can't tell you what a fact is. And so the point is, there are aphorisms and axioms which you could say are pretty irrefutable, and those are rather factual. But most people's opinions on this app are just opinions. They don't cross over into the realm of what we might consider facts. Oh,
The supernatural claim collapses under the sheer weight of the Quran's dependence on prior Jewish and Christian tradition. As Gabriel Said Reynolds demonstrates, the Quran does not present itself as an isolated revelation descending into a vacuum. It constantly repurposes an audience already immersed in biblical lore, apocrypha, determined in late antique theological disputes. The text alludes rather than explains, because it is drawing from a shared religious culture, not unveiling radically new heavenly knowledge. The traditional Islamic claim that the Quran can only be understood through later biographies of Muhammad is historically disastrous. Reynolds notes that even scholars relying on these traditions continually admitted confusion over the Quran's obscure vocabulary, chronology, and references. Yet when the Quran is read against Syriac Christianity, Jewish logic, biblical exegesis, and homiletic literature, its meaning suddenly becomes intelligible. That is not what one expects from a timeless, miraculous revelation. It is exactly what one expects from a human text emerging within the religious world of late antiquity. The Quran does not stand above history. It is saturated by it. Its stories of Mary, Abraham, Adam, Satan, and the cave sleepers are not pristine divine disclosures, but reworked versions of traditions already circulating for centuries. Its rhetoric resembles preaching and liturgy more than transcendent dictation. Its cumulative evidence points not to heaven breaking into history, but to history producing scripture. The supernatural explanation explains nothing. The historical explanation explains everything. And this is what the thinking man, this is what someone that truly wishes to know what the Quran is, comes to the conclusion of. And someone that wants to hold to blind tradition is a position that you come to, I mean, which is why my position is superior to yours, because it is more full. My position is extraordinarily without emotion. It's just devoid of it. It is a clinical look at the Quran. It's like just a numb. It would be like an android would be just repeating to you what I'm saying. What yours is a deeply emotional connection.
No, actually, no.
Let me finish. What yours is a deeply emotional connection to a tradition which is part of your identity. No, stop it. To change your opinion on something that is on its very face false. This view that the Quran is the verbatim word of God would mean for you to change your identity, and this frightens you. So my position comes from a place of pure objectivity, while yours comes from a place of deep insecurity and identity, and that's why my position is superior to yours.
No, so actually the thing is this, is that we have two independent traditions that are living traditions, that are going back to this specific era of time in history, which is the 7th century. So we come with a certain background where we know the people who were around the time. We documented who they were. We know their lives. we have received whatever things they have performed. So we use materials that are connected to this timeline. Whereas you pop into the 21st century and you make up a thesis. It's good. You could make it up like as right as whatever you want, but you're an outsider. You're not even connected to this tradition, right? Because you're not even willing to use the traditions. You don't even consider the traditions. So I would say our position is actually way superior than yours. We have the documents, we have the testimonies, we used a harsh method when it comes to filtering information, right? Not saying it's all perfect, but I'm saying we were much more advanced when it comes to that connection between the 7th century and our time than you are. And just based on that, it's a superior claim.
Well, let me just tell you the book that I'm reading from. I can give you the PDF. And by the way, it's like this is one of this text I'm reading from, and have taken these. Some of them are my notes as well. Is one of the greatest works on this subject of the Quran in Western literature. Period. I can give you the PDF, but I doubt you'll read it. Or
yeah, sure. You could pin it here in the. If you want, you can pin it here in the discussion.
Yeah.
I took notes of the guy's name. You said Gabriel Reynolds, right?
Gabriel Said Reynolds, and forgive me. Book is
Said. He's is he Arab? Is he an Arab?
Yeah.
Oh, this guy. Oh, I know this guy.
So the Quran and its biblical subtext. Gabriel Said Reynolds. Rutledge Studies in the Quran.
That's a really interesting name. Yeah, I've seen some of his clips on YouTube.
Yeah, it's hilarious. The book challenges the dominant scholarly notion that the Quran must be interpreted through the medieval commentaries shaped by the biography of the Prophet Muhammad, proposing instead that the text is best read in light of Christian and Jewish scripture. So, I mean,
I would say he does.
It is the book is devastating to the empty assertion. Receive divine revelation verbatim from the Word of God. So he's saying that when we look at the Quran, it's opaque. It's the ambiguity within the Quran and its reliance on other traditions is a problem. It's a problem. The Quran is not clear. It requires commentary. It requires a corpus. It requires a tafsir. It requires you to look at other texts.
Reality. Yeah, that's the section.
That's a problem.
Investigation. That's how discoveries really actually. Why you don't like this one? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, I'll explain to you why it's a problem.
God says, look at the sun, and then, we do a scientific discovery, and, we advance in science. Or he says, look at the stars, and then,
similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Massive.
The following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here.
This book on John Locke
In the illustration, base and touch the forward edge blended from the corner in each instance. Diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge. Illustration. This rectangular corners overlapping lines define an X around the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in a pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. Here are wonderful spawns, devices exemplified numbers 1, 5, 7. They are set to be oh my god. They don't come to me. Scam. I figured I sunset internet. She got me with sunset at her film. So, yes.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about King of Peter Scouts get out. Because I'm concerned about their voting or security voting days and increasing the odds of difference.
Implying its audience already knew Jewish and Christian tradition. 2. Many Quranic narratives parallel not only the Bible itself, but extra-biblical Jewish and Christian apocrypha circulating in antiquity. 3. The Quran's literary style is highly elusive and sermonic, resembling late antique homiletic preaching rather than direct historical narration. 4. Medieval Muslim commentators often invented stories to explain obscure Quranic passages, indicating the text was already difficult to understand even within early Islam. 5. Reynolds argues that the Quran becomes clearer when interpreted through biblical literature rather than through late Islamic biography. 6. Quran presupposes familiarity with Syriac Christian, Jewish exegetical, and apocryphal traditions widespread in the Near East. 7. Critical scholars repeatedly found that Quranic material reflects existing late antique religious debates and theological controversies. 7. The Quran frequently retells older traditions in abbreviated or altered form, consistent with oral religious transmission and preaching. 9. Classical tafsir often derives Muhammad's biography from the Quran itself, meaning the biography cannot reliably explain the text historically.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Tiger, Goldsboro,
Abracadabra.
concluded that the Quran emerged from
And
a
ends.
religious environment placed into in isolation. I bear the rose and the cross, a life and light. Loan words and concepts traced
Abracadabra.
and other Near Eastern religious vocabulary. The sign will teach Abracadabra. Prior traditions is cumulative.
Remaining in the sign.
Accidental.
The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the light, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, there's every spell and scourge of God the vast one.
You recited things.
I be thee.
The adoration.
We say it's a revelation revealed, and we have preserved it, and these are informations of men we have, right? Not of men, but like that men can access. These informations are revealed in a language that we use, right? So what's your point? I don't see a contradiction with my claim. Explain yourself.
See, Adamiel, I hate to break the bad news to you, but this is where you should have been taking notes, and you shouldn't say your response, Adamiel, unfortunately, is insufficient and shows a lack of communication intelligence on your own behalf. You really need to take notes. I'll say it again. You need to take notes about what Daniel said and then address it point by point by point by point by point by point.
A list of things Reynolds said, and then just reading them to me is not enough, man. Like, there's a core claim. I'm gonna think this first principle. No, you can't do that. Revelation. That book is what it entails. The language. What does it entail? Revealed in the words of man. you coming to me and bringing me, for example, in one argument, even one, that says it has Syriac loan words, therefore it's not a revelation of God. I see this, I'm like, bro, stupid. How? Foolish. How? Doesn't make sense. So you're gonna have to prove more. You're gonna have to give me a better argument. That's my claim.
Are you saying it's because it doesn't make sense to you? Regal, let me just say one thing, Regal, real quick. First of all, I mean, you understand that I'm operating behind a paywall, meaning that I had to buy the book. Okay? So you don't have to fucking buy it. I can simply read it to you. And instead of just spitting at me or hissing at me, you could say, wow, thanks, man. You know, that's probably $100 academic text. It's one of the most, maybe you didn't even realize it's the most prominent academic, critical, historical texts on the subject. Maybe you didn't know that. Maybe you didn't want to buy the book. Maybe I just gave you some idea of what the book's about, right? But all of this charity, all that I've done, you respond with and accuse me of a lie. That I went on.
I don't accuse you of a lie.
Stop. That I went on the chat. Well, or give me some bullet points. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, so it appears as something like this, right? But anyways, I'm just gonna say this.
So he can use an academic copyrighted book.
Well, you could literally take a document and put it in the chat and generate whatever you want. I do summaries of books, entire books. I do this all the time, right? So the point is not this, right? I'm not saying here, thank you for your charity. Thank you. It's really good information. What I'm saying is this: you come and you try to disprove something. You try to prove a point, right? Now, in order for you to do this, you're going to list whatever arguments you have. If I hear even just one argument out of the 12 things you've listed that does not make sense, I'm going to point it out to you.
But bro, you're really not saying.
Did he not know that he critiques books and which is like subjective?
Yeah. What?
Subjective view.
Well, great. In the bookstore, there actually is an aisle called critical analysis or critical, critique or whatever it is. But it's books about books.
There's no objectivity to the view that he's gonna interpret from a book. So he's not speaking like in some sense of like I know better than you.
Well,
in a sense that he interprets it.
I just look at this.
No more than the person that he's arguing.
We got it. But what I'm saying is, like, as somebody who's not a mod and is on stage, if I was a debate coach, Daniel just fucking mopped the floor with Adamiel's head. And Adamiel's, I think, honestly, recovering from having his head stuck in a bucket and used as a mop. Oh, no. You never addressed even one thing he said. You never addressed even one thing he said. You didn't respond specifically about one thing, sir. Not one thing. Good job, Daniel. Good job. Can somebody bring the fans in to finish drying the floor? Can somebody get the fans from the closet to finish drying the floor? Thank you.
Okay, so my precise point was this. I'm not going to answer to 12 points you're going to throw at me in the face, all right? What I'm going to do, though, is our last argument you mentioned, right? With me in our argument, which is to you're here trying to prove that the Quran is not a revelation from God. So remember that place. I don't see the connection there with your last argument and the initial claim. Therefore, you don't stand a ground. I'm going to dismiss everything. Yes, go do your research and come back forward.
I have poor listening comprehension. Therefore, you're wrong. He did say, therefore,
You want me to do the same thing?
So your feeling won't allow you to listen to what Daniel's telling you.
Proclamation. The one was revealed aloud in the presence of hundreds of living witnesses over 23 years in Mecca and Medina. Point 2. Real-time scribal documentation by named scribe. The Prophet personally dictated every single verse. Scribes. On 12 points, you failed. Says it's not like it's not smart.
Referencing that the greatest redwoods were
Points. I said to you, you reciting me 12 points. Something I can do it. Claim. Daniel is serious. It's a revolution in that. Let's see if he's able to do so with one of his claim. One of his claim was that's one words. The languages they should not action. That they are origins of words. Semitic languages, other languages getting bad.
your attention to it. Focus on a small piece of it. Which what you're saying doesn't even rebuttal it. I think your claim now is the second way that it's the rest of it. And you still didn't get attached to the location of the odds. It's useless. He's using what is actually qualified so he can base you know things.
Or when you invent history yourself.
And then you have like the self-soothing, self-reassurance that, well, because my book says this, it must be so. That's all you're doing there, pal.
No, I'm just saying we have a monopoly when it comes to history of what happened in the 7th century. The real people that existed, yes. We have a monopoly on this, yes. You try to prove this. For you to try to prove it, you would have to do self-soothing to us and try to disprove our sources. Or second, you would have to existed. So we have the monopoly when it comes here. What happened to the 7th century and its history.
What do you do? You're self-soothing.
Deal closed. Yes.
You're self-soothing again.
Your sources. If you're that confident, provide evidence for your sources.
There you go.
Take a look.
Wallahi!
I mean, I said you guys can't do your sources. Yeah, I want to see that.
Okay, this is Islamic State Muslim Takeover Hour. Hi, Lino. So I'm in a clubhouse room. I just boomed it. They modded me, and so I decided to be a radical Muslim and boom their room. So the algorithm is updating, and they will be flowing back in shortly, I'm sure, to say, why did you boom the room? And I'll tell them that I boomed it because I converted to Islam. This is the Islamic State Muslim Takeover Hour with your host, Chicago mayoral candidate John Kitover, fighting day to day to liberate Chicago from the communist liberal elite LGBTQ black Democrats. It's just a joke. It's not worded exactly the way I'd like it, but really intellectual elite Democrats, and then throw in whatever adjectives: black, gay, LGBTQ, CRTBLMDEI, LGBTQ, CRTBLMLGBTQ, CRTBLMLGBTQ. Happy Memorial Day to all you beautiful people out there watching this live on YouTube, listening live on Clownhouse, and our good friend Lino on X Spaces, our only listener. I hope you're enjoying the show. Alhamdulillah. Wallahi. Alamak. Hey wallah. Okay, it doesn't look like the former room. Well, we got something new here. We got something new. It's gay version. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Bow 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 bow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow wow. Bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow wow bow 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 bow. Wow 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 wow. Bow wow. Bow wow wow. Bow wow 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 wow. Hi Nitha. Hey Nitha, can you read me my tarot cards?
Yeah, for us.
Modded bow. Wow. 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 Nitha. Okay, Bow Wow, I want to dedicate this song to you. Wait, you're a patrilineal Jew, right? So you know about JPMK, right?
Why that's not familiar?
Jewish patrilineal Ashkenazic Michelin Kingdom.
Right.
In conjunction with Rabbi Shmuley Boteach and the world's most advanced dildo, we have decided to start JPMK in the northwest side of the Gaza Strip. We've got SodaStream and Kurg already signed up. We're only hiring settlers from the West Bank. Are you still on Hinge or Bumble? Bow wow!
What?
Are you using Hinge? So this is what I text girls now. I just write, "Hey, beautiful, I would love to take you to dinner and give you a gift." What's the gift? Then I just send back credit card emoji and shopping bags. Dinner emoji, rose emoji, calendar date emoji, cell phone emoji. What is your number?
Oh my god.
I took this girl out last night who was 19, and we get to the restaurant. She's like, "How old are you again?" I said 43. She goes, "What? When did you first smoke marijuana?" I said 2006. She says, "Oh my God, that's when I was born." She's like, "I can't go out with you. You got to take me home." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "You're too old for me." I was like, you're in my it's in my profile, my fucking age. What the fuck? This is such a waste of time, but okay, great." So I just drop her back off and then I went out for the night. It was like no big deal, but uh, still rather, like obnoxious, right? It's like a clubhouse room. It's like you go out on a date. It's like come into a clubhouse room with a chick and you're gonna spend hours with that person. But if it was a clubhouse room, you know, they would just bounce and you'd get Irish goodbye quick. And that would be the best way to do it. Are you going out tonight? Because tonight's a beautiful night out. People do go out. Well, nobody's got work tomorrow, so people are going to go out naturally and listen to a little music. Okay, Bawa, let me ask you a question. What are you not seeing that is right in front of you? How can you act truthfully today?
By keeping your mouth shut.
What was hidden and is now becoming visible? You only got 10 seconds to respond.
My feet.
How can you celebrate and focus on the blessing in your life?
It's you.
What is your calling? How have your goals manifested so far? What emotions are coming to the surface?
English.
How can you open up to love today?
Dude, my asshole pocket up.
What is worth celebrating in your life?
Death.
How can you open up to new ways of life?
No.
How can you accept your sadness and let it go?
Gee, what is your number?
What what is what is waiting for you in your freedom? What do you believe about the world? What small step can you take to begin a new journey on Clubhouse today? What do you want to express?
You go out.
I'm going out, yeah. I mean, there was only 20 shootings last night, so those are good numbers. Dude, they jumped the bouncer at the bar that I go to.
Oh wow.
They beat the shit out of him and they took his cell phone and his wallet.
How about Chuck the Builder?
Are you afraid to ask for help? Can you commit to a group of people? What are you afraid to let go of, Michael Bronstein? What are the lessons you can learn from this time in this room here on Clown House? How can you be more generous with the people around you?
Wisdom.
How can you work less and gain greater results?
I don't know how to answer that one.
Do you find deeper meaning in your work?
No.
Don't forget to stop and look back at your achievements. The balance of work and play is important for your creativity. Wow. How can you celebrate your work and rewards more? What have you learned from the journey?
What do? You end up in the same place.
It says everything has come to fruition. You master all stages. How can you be generous with yourself and others?
You're being generous.
Yeah. These are. I'm doing it right now, bro. You know how to read a book? How can you be generous with yourself and others?
Be kinder to yourself, and then eventually that transcends to others.
You are solving issues in a practical way, Michael. How do you approach your dreams?
By just allowing yourself to exist and just live in the here and now, not in the future or the past.
Take a practical approach and you will succeed. Efficiency, hard work, responsibility. What can you focus on that will lead to the fulfillment of your dreams?
Finding a stable job.
Your focus on your dreams will bring you great success.
What if you have any dreams in the first place?
Your areas of focus are ideas, opportunities, employment, and craving for new ventures. How can you receive more prosperity in your family?
I don't know if I think I would. I don't know how to answer that one.
Focus on your home, your family, and prosperity. Protective, motherly, and generous. In what ways aren't you speaking and acting on your truth yet? Well, I guess we could look at the title of the room. Speak your truth to achieve your goals. Your areas of focus are breakthrough, clarity, sharp mind, and logic. Are you acting according to your intuition?
No.
Listen to your inner voice when you make decisions. Your areas of focus are difficult choices, indecision, and confusion. From what perspective do you choose to see a certain situation?
What's it called? Not realistic, but pessimistic.
You are capable of seeing from all perspectives.
Oh.
Areas of focus: head over heart, discipline, and truth. What are you ready to achieve? How can you achieve it best?
I working on myself.
You are strong and ready to take on the world. Be fearless, ambitious, and remove all impulsiveness. But unfortunately, Michael, you are still disorganized, careless, and unpredictable. Are you thinking about all possibilities and consequences?
Yes.
Take time to think before you act. Be curious, remove all restlessness, and gain in mental energy. Uh-oh, Michael. You practice deception, manipulation, and you're all talk. Bow wow! Bow wow! Bow wow 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 wow! Do you have the best in mind for everyone? You are communicating clear what's best for everyone. Remove all complexity from your life. Be perceptive and be clear minded. But unfortunately, Michael is cold hearted, he's cruel, and he's bitter.
Sam cold hearted.
Are you trying to trick yourself?
No. I'm just telling you, like, I think I'm very self aware.
Watch out for deceit and concealment. You are practicing deception, otherwise known as tequila or trickery. These are your tactics and strategy. Unfortunately, Michael, you have to come clean in order to get the final revelation and achieve freedom. It seems you are paralyzed, but you can move. Why do you feel trapped or blocked in your actions?
I got something going on.
Imprisonment, entrapment, and self victimization. Michael, you need a new perspective to achieve liberation and freedom. Have you read the Tanya by the Alter Rebbe? Oh my God, you got to read it, bro. Really got to read it. Okay. Why do you worry so much?
Anxiety and panic disorder.
What is asking to be looked at and felt?
DLC.
Worrying keeps you up all night and changes nothing. You're living with anxiety, hopelessness, and trauma. Have hope. Reach out for help. Achieve healing. Can you surrender and trust that better times are coming?
Yeah, it's upon us.
It is finished. For better or for worse. You are feeling failure, defeat, and even backstabbing. But don't worry, Michael. It can't get any worse. Only upward from here. Then you will achieve your inevitable end. Are you holding on to grief and suffering?
Wow.
It's better to live the truth than to live a lie. Are you suffering from heartbreak or grief?
Yeah.
Be perceptive. You are on the road to recovery. but you must forgive and move on. How can you take some time off to contemplate? Take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming. You need rest and restoration and contemplation. You're stressed and burned out and suffering from restlessness. What are you fighting for without consideration? Sometimes the victory is not worth the cost. Winning at all costs, betrayal, selfishness. Michael, you're suffering from lingering resentment. You must have the desire to forgive. Michael, what are you running away from? And what are you leaving behind?
Happy to go out.
Be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
Time for you to go out.
Transition, leaving behind, moving on, Michael. You're stuck, Michael. You've got emotional baggage and unresolved issues.
All right, you ready to go out?
How can you take action to realize your dreams, Michael?
All right, let's go troll another room. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Sorry. Can't just be you and me, John.
Take action on your ideas. Willpower, Michael.
Inspiration, John.
Willpower.
Stay safe. All right.
Be safe.
No more near neighbors.
Stay safe. This black chick in the bar once came up to me. She was like, "Hello?"
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. That's why I say the times and the generations is different now. And it's our responsibility to, like, try to somewhat make this shit safer for our children. Because we ain't gonna be able to protect them from everything. But I think it's for us who are real parents, I think it's our responsibility to try to protect our children from some of this shit. That's all we can do. And that's all I'm speaking to.
As long as we have this get money as the answer for, like, even when we say, hey,
That wasn't strange at all, was it?
Well, no.
I mean, it's sarcastic. Did you remove him or he left?
No, he left. I didn't remove anybody.
Cause he was like, "Oh, where are you from?" We know where I'm from.
Lost.
அகப்பேதான் சொல்லுவாங்களா அது மாதிரி வெளியில வரும். அப்போ அதை மீறி அவன் வந்தான்னா அந்த ரிஸ்க் அவன் எடுக்கிறான். டென்ஷன்ல கத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறான். ஃபாரம்ல எழுதுறான், ரோட்ல போய் ப்ரொடெஸ்ட் பண்றான், எனக்கு வாங்க விடல. அப்போ இந்த வேம்பு என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, ஏன் இப்படி கஷ்டப்படுறீங்க, வந்துருங்க யாருன்னு சொல்றாரு. நல்ல அட்வைஸ்.
Really good information. I see is this.
இல்ல நிறைய பேர் இங்க இருக்கிறவங்க சொல்றான் இந்த ஆள்
You're exceeding. Sell it.
பிச்சை தான்
You're great.
அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது.
Good. I'll X it up. Hey everyone, today I want to talk about 25% essays by RH Blake. Hey everyone, today I want to talk about 25%. Hey everyone, check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by R.H. Blake. This book on John Locke is crucial. It explains the ideas of life, liberty, and property.
இந்தியால என்ன அப்படின்னா இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு டெய்லி 12 மணி நேரம் 15 மணி நேரம் வேலை பார்க்குற மாதிரி கொண்டு வந்துருவாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி
வந்துட்டு திருப்பியும் பேக் அடிச்சிட்டாங்க.
ஆமா, அது வந்து நீங்க அதிகரிக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா நீங்க அப்பதான் காம்படிட் பண்ண முடியும். கொடுக்குற அளவுக்கு இருக்காது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு
One viewer and a viewer main kids.
Here's why you should.
பண்றது இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயம் வந்து இந்தியால கிடையாது.
இப்பவும் இருக்குங்க 12 hours ஒர்க் இருக்கு. ஆனா 8 hours தான் மஸ்ட்.
Winning at all costs, betrayal, selfishness. Michael, you're suffering from lingering resentment. You must have the desire to forgive. Michael, you're letting away from. And what are you leaving behind? Newspaper and I'll shout, okay?
அதாவது என்னன்னா ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி 8 hours
But nevertheless, interesting thing.
8 hours அதே ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி வரல. நீங்க அதனால கம்பெனிஸ் வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா டைம் ஒர்க் பண்ணி நீங்க முதல்ல எவ்வளவு ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி கொடுத்தீங்களோ அதை விட இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும் அந்த மாதிரி கேட்குறாங்க. இல்லைன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு மேட்சிங்க்கு பண்ற அளவுக்கு இருந்தாலும் கம்பெனி வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்தியால இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி கொண்டு வராங்க.
இப்ப வீட்டுல வந்து காதலி ஒய்ஃப் எல்லாம் அவங்க ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி கேட்டாங்கன்னா இப்ப 2 ப்ரொடக்டிவிட்டி இடிக்கும். இப்ப என்ன பண்றது?
What I'm talking about right now, because they came out that I'm gonna tell you and
fear of the best of the places
as followers. And grief, right? Okay, I'm sorry. No, there's a book that says there's eyewitness testing.
Okay, and right now there's like I went to question live breathing in my backyard.
Well, no, but sounds interesting.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea what they're feisty.
Here's my definition, obviously. Here's the thing. The possibility of human error. Miraculous event, would you say? So therefore, the resurrection is highly improbable
Okay, what? So you have no evidence. So what is the evidence?
So there's evidence that I found a human being dead for 3+ for even 1 day plus 24 hours. Right. It's not some sort of doctoral like that.
But here's the thing.
You don't know.
Are you presenting evidence or are you presenting a theory, an opinion?
How do you tackle Paul?
Sure, say he's dead. He's dead. I'm serious.
So yeah, so but I actually think it's. I think you actually need more faith to be an atheist. To be an atheist.
You know what? I have to help. When you say you need more faith to be an atheist, that makes faith sound like something bad.
I just think, like, to believe that this world and the construction of this world and relationships people have and the order of DNA and everything put together is so complex and perfectly organized and everything's
Not perfect,
but anyway, my point is to believe this came from some random explosion and everything just happened to work out.
Well, now you're on a tangent. So you're going from human fallibility. You're going from human fallibility.
Sounds like a little murder down.
Yeah, fairness, James, I agree. I agree with you in principle, James. I think that going to God's existence is a little bit different because they're talking. You could believe God exists and be like a deist and not think that miracles happen or Jesus rose from the dead. So that might be a slightly different point.
More than slightly.
Congress, why'd you set me down? I was thinking,
What? You know Bob's in here, right? Why do you blame me?
So I asked Grok.
I say you did it.
I think I want to go back to the human error thing real fast. So I think what we need to do is have some kind of criteria where we establish what kind of testimony would we wanting to establish whether something like that happened.
well, especially if it's like an interpretation, subjective interpretation of another's interpretation, like over years and years and years. It's just like holding credence to like one original thought that is, these ideas of miracles, and we're getting down to like some sort of criteria, which is like we can sell them.
Like everything at least has been consistent for 2,000 years, regardless of what actually happened. Their sense of what happened and how they discuss it, that is true to them. That's exactly what they're saying.
But I just meant in general, though, like if someone has a miracle claim, like what would be some criteria we would want in terms of the testimony to assess whether or not it was credible?
Yeah.
Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue.
That was a question, though. I'm sorry. I was saying, what kind of criteria would we need to establish that you would propose?
Got it. We heard that. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is Ein. I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mix it.
Yeah. I would want a couple things. I would want death. I would definitely want that so that everyone could mark the date. I'd want a clear burial, an acknowledgement of death, recognition from the family, not like a faked body or something.
Yeah.
And then I would want, a few days later, some kind of a notable event. And then I would prefer a large group of people all there from different communities and families, recognizing and acknowledging the miraculous event, and then preferably some of those being written down contemporaneously from alternative sources. That would be my idea. No, you're just describing the gospel, the Christian situation.
You look like a gay retarded 13-year-old fat thing. What a clown.
said. I'm just saying because you started off with talking about like public death and burial, and then kind of shifted to like miracles in general. Are you talking about specifically for like resurrection or just like any miracle claims against the death part wouldn't be relevant?
No, against the claim of someone dying and coming back, I'd want to witness the death and publicly and have like some records of that. It would need to be notable because otherwise, why would anyone keep track of a particular death? And then I'd want the later, event with contemporaneous, contrary sources, saying different perspectives, even arguing against it. I'd love to see like dialogue, and I'd love to see different testimonies.
Yeah, it seems like the first.
Biblical
I was gonna say, it seems like the
are not written by a specific person. You don't know who it's written by. Like,
well, we know Paul. We know who wrote Paul's letters.
There's some objections. Yes.
yeah, I know. Like, so, but even then, like, as a whole, you have different testimonies from different people on who exactly wrote the whole of the Bible. Let's say fucking Abel did it after he died. That would have been miraculous, right? Or different.
Yeah, it would be. We have no reason to think that. So that makes it. It sounds like the first part, the first couple of those are probably fulfilled. Right? I'm guessing you would dispute the second part with the enemy testimonies and stuff like that. But you would agree that Jesus had like a very public death and was a prominent figure, right?
I would agree that in the narrative we have that is constructed after his death, there is a placement of him as a big public important death. Yes.
Yeah.
I do not say that that's necessarily what happened. Because, like, after the fact, from 12 guys growing a story and then Paul running with it, there's a bit that I would critique. But, like, I understand how the Christians see it, and I don't think that it's, like, unreasonable for them to say, look at all these competing testimonies over this miraculous event with, a notable death, which we would want to prove the. I would also say, to be broader, I wasn't being glib about Elvis. That is an actual phenomenon of people witnessing someone after the death, making mistakes, and then reports spreading. That does occur, which is why, I'd really want to review as close to contemporaneous eyewitness testimony as I could.
Yeah, but in fairness with the Elvis death, though, typically it's not people who like knew him personally, right? Who report seeing him, so far as I know.
Well, that's the thing. Elvis being a celebrity seen by many, right?
Yeah, but
many
but it's also Elvis impersonator, right? I'm gonna pin it and say that segue.
Yeah, and I know I left, and then no one else was around me. Anyways.
Ellie, are you doing squats to work on that tuchus?
I do Pilates and hot yoga and Krav Maga.
But you don't do any squats?
Why are you saying that my ass is saggy and I gotta do squats?
Well, they say that no other exercise produces more of like a physiological response in the human body. Like squats are like the most genetically and
Happy with my ass. I mean, I do squats as part of my exercise, but I don't really understand your comment.
oh well, you got a picture of your flat ass on your PTR, so I just thought I'd bring it up.
Fucking, I gotta fucking self.
Baby got a shelf. 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 Baby got a shelf.
Ellie.
Baby got a shelf.
It's rage bait.
Baby got a shelf. Well, let me ask you this, Allie. What is holding you back from taking action?
What?
Whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness.
Like, he gets you like pull in, and then like.
It's true. I think you're suffering from anger, impulsivity, and recklessness.
I'm tired. I had a long day. Stop it.
Well, take time away to change perspective. Answers are coming.
Here. Wait.
How can you take some time off to contemplate?
1, 2, 3.
These photos are funny. The Libertarian. I found it on Bumper. It's Jewish cameras are also and him with wearing a big fucking Star David. That's funny as shit.
This book.
Wow. We will. America's
This book on John is
I just want to dedicate this next song to my friend Bow Wow, aka Michael Bronstein.
so cute. Right?
Really?
It doesn't even feel like Memorial Day weekend. I wore like a heavy leather jacket last night when I went out. It was cold. It was like 49 degrees and raining.
You need to find a handsome shidduch to take you to Oahu to go skinny dipping in the ocean.
Okay. Your lips to God's ear.
Rabono Shalom.
I know who this is.
Rabono Shalom?
He records stuff and puts it on YouTube. He's Edmund.
Do whatever you want.
You know, whatever you want to do it now. Action, adventure, fearlessness. They kicked me.
We need to know that, like, I'm saying you could be reasonable and make that effort to say if nine dentists recommend this, although I don't know 100% certainty, it could be some conspiracy, but I think that generally gives me good grounds to believe that the tooth's been good.
Like break off of this. That's what team of a rule. That's okay.
Hello, moderators. I would like to answer the topic in the title of the room. Well, I don't know what Arminianism is. Can someone explain to me the concept of Arminianism? I don't want to Google it. I don't want to Google it because I'm lazy.
You want the answer? Free will or Arminianism?
The delusion of free will.
Well, before we go further into that, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. So Arminianism. Sorry for interjecting and speak up two positions in Christianity, and they are not salvific issues per se. So the Armenians believe that faith precedes regeneration.
So regeneration being born again. So they believe that you have faith first and then you're born again. Calvinists, the opposing believes that you have regeneration and then you're born again by God and then you have faith. And then the reason why I believe Greg said, well, I agree with him. The delusion of free will is that most of the times opinions will argue that they have free will, which usually they don't define the best way. But usually what they are arguing is that they are claiming they have freedom of choice. And their freedom of choice is what it was a condition of them exercising it. When they exercise freedom of choice, led them to exercise their faith, which was the condition by which God regenerated them. So that would be the argument. Then we Calvinists will oppose that position. So that's just an overview of what the topic is. Hopefully that helps out.
Okay, so I asked Grok, give me 3 Bible verses that prove Christianity is good, wise, and intelligent. The first response is Proverbs 1:7, fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Oh, they kicked me! Aww. I guess they must have been Arminians. After all!
Who the King of England was in 1532.
Right, and we have even signs that it can go back to the 1500s. We have bloodlines that go back to the 1500s.
Uh-oh, here we go with bloodlines. Moderators, put me in the queue because I want to answer your question.
Saying who was the king in 1532 of England? I mean, you could.
Can I at least get confirmation that I can be heard? Hello?
Right.
Hello?
Documented. I would have to say, like,
It's fact, they could be lying.
some sort of bearing. And I think that a lot of Christians hold a lot of bearing on
It's so stupid.
like true bearing on it.
Anything to hear a woman talk.
This goes beyond, way beyond that. So
I'm a teacher, so I teach, and I'm also running the business.
Oh yeah. I respect you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Texas, bro.
I mean, let's see. Last time I was in Texas, I was in Houston.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of business do you run, Black?
What?
What kind of business do you run?
A black-owned business.
Oh, creating clubhouse rooms about delusions? That was a low blow roast right there. I don't even want to look. Did I get kicked? I bet I got kicked. I didn't get kicked yet. Oh my God.
what just happened?
Oh my God.
One of my fans just showed up.
Oh my God. Threw a blow in the street. They say if you get in a street fight, you should just back up and throw punches. Just back up and throw punches. Back up, throw a punch.
Marshall, how are you? I'm Black. What's your name? Black Muse?
Whatever.
And he drinks vodka. He gets shit faced. His Adderall and his vodka together put him to sleep.
Kush now.
Oh, he's on the Kush.
Marshall is on that Kush, and he's smoking up. I assume.
So Black Muse, what would you say the most entertaining tidbits of your rooms were today? What delusions from the conservatives or the liberals were most entertaining to you?
I don't know. I don't find them entertaining. I find them annoying.
Well, what's holding you back from taking action, Black?
Take action for what?
I don't know, whatever you want to do, doing it now.
Nothing. I'm doing everything I want to do.
Are you enjoying the journey or are you too attached to the outcome?
I don't understand the question.
Are you maintaining your creative vision even in the face of adversity?
Yeah.
How can you take action to realize your dreams?
How? I just do. I just execute the plans that I have.
Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
Not really.
What inspires you and excites you?
Lots of things.
How can you celebrate with your community?
Tell me what.
How can you resolve the conflict so you can achieve your goal?
What's up? What?
Do you seek recognition from others? What have you learned from overcoming obstacles in the past? How can you take action today?
Anything not in the scripture, sorry.
What helps you to be more persistent and move ahead?
Yeah, if I want a business talk, I'll go on YouTube. But come on, man, be original.
Are you seeing all the possibilities in front of you, or are you too fixated on one?
Oh, what the fuck?
You know what this room needs, Black? Is more cowbell.
Not to be a weirdo.
Hello? This is all original content, Marshall.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Dude, like somebody dropped you on your head as a kid. This is just weird shit, dude. If you think about it like this, it's a gesture. He's not a jester. He's an annoying fuck who disrupts everybody. And ran for office and then got indicted for misprescribing children's shows. Like sometimes there needs to be a disruption.
That's all Marshall's projection. That's Marshall's projection.
They died you. I just haven't dealt with you yet. They died.
Oh, they haven't dealt with me yet. Oh, I see. Marshall, judge, jury, executioner over here. Okay, Marshall.
Bro, I can read it in the local press. It's not that fucking hard. It's not some sort of secret.
How can you read anything? You got all that butter on your glasses. They haven't dealt with you yet.
You always do this?
Are you? Well, are you talking to me or Marshall? Because Marshall always does this. Oh, you're talking to me? No, I mean, well, yeah, I play music pretty regularly here. I read tarot cards. What are you afraid to let go of, honey?
Nothing.
Well, holding on keeps you from growing and evolving. You need to practice conservation, security, and frugality. Exactly. You're greedy and you practice possessiveness and you have attachments. Well, what's holding you back from taking action?
Nothing.
Well, apparently you practice action, adventure, and fearlessness. But you suffer from anger, impulsivity, and recklessness. How can you step into leadership in your highest potential, honey? You have the dynamic energy of a leader. You practice the big picture and overcoming obstacles, but you're impulsive, overbearing, and you have impossible expectations. What are you running away from? What are you leaving behind?
Nothing.
Well, be aware of what you take with you when you leave.
I take nothing.
Uh-oh, you're stuck and you have emotional baggage. Do you have any unresolved? Oh, you have unresolved issues.
No, I don't.
Are you seeing all the possibilities in front of you, or are you too fixated on one of them? There is always more than one way to do things.
Are you rehearsing this? You rehearse this.
You sound stressed and unwilling to delegate.
Something my favorite. That was just really tasty.
How can you take action today?
How?
Exactly. Take action, and life and your digestive process is moving ahead. It requires rapid action, movement, and quick decisions. Don't panic. Stop waiting and stop slowing down.
I know you didn't rehearse it for
What helps you to...
off a paper.
No, these are all questions from my memory. What helps you be more persistent and move ahead?
Food.
Well, believe in yourself and have the courage to continue eating food. It takes strength, but I'm afraid that possibly you're suffering from exhaustion and fatigue, and you have unsure motives.
On who part? My part?
Yeah.
No.
Well, that's good. There may be challenges ahead, but you can do it. What have you learned from overcoming obstacles in the past, honey?
There will always be more.
It seems to me like you have a tendency to give up and you have a lack of confidence and you're overwhelmed. Do you seek recognition from others?
No.
Well, you have earned every success, victory, and success and public reward is coming your way. However, I think you have a lot of pride. And what do you think? No? Well,
It's a part of who I am.
how can you resolve the conflict so you can achieve your goal? Well, be wise and take life as it comes.
I'll do that.
Do you find yourself getting into arguments?
Sometimes.
Do some of these arguments have tension in them?
Yes.
Is there a competition? Well, you're all fire, honey. You need to avoid conflict and respect differences.
That's true. I do. They don't.
How can you celebrate with your community?
I enjoy myself.
Be ready to receive all opportunities coming your way, honey.
I am.
Soon there will be a celebration at your home. But you're suffering from a lack of support, and there are conflicts in the home. Time to prepare for a transition. What are the conflicts?
We'll see eye to eye.
What inspires and excites you?
Travel.
Find your inspiration to take action, look ahead, expand, and achieve rapid growth.
That's about exciting.
There will be delays and frustration and many obstacles. Are you enjoying? What were you going to say? Go ahead.
I agree. Go ahead.
Are you enjoying this clubhouse journey, or are you too attached to the outcome?
I'm enjoying it.
Focus on your dreams and enjoy the journey of exploration, excitement, and freedom.
Absolutely.
Don't procrastinate. Don't give in to conflict. And don't give in to a lack of direction.
I'll take it.
How can you take action to realize your dreams, honey?
I know what I know my dreams are.
Take action on your ideas. Creation. Willpower. Manifestation and action. But honey, I'm afraid you have a lack of energy. A lack of desire.
Awareness, yeah.
And boredom. Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, believe in your personal power, honey.
I have aspirations.
The Oracle is telling me that your areas of focus are discovery, decisions, and planning.
Oh.
Hello?
That's funny. No, but
All those questions come from the tarot cards.
that makes sense.
Yeah, they're good questions. They get the brain thinking.
I read people without doing it, but people discover themselves. I feel nobody can reach you like you reach yourself. That's what people don't understand.
Beautiful.
Self-discovery is something that people can do on their own. It's cold. I feel terrible.
I feel terrible. I just feel happy. That is happy. How long you gonna keep this open, Jason?
What?
I said, how long you stay open?
As long as people want to open.
I ain't fall asleep. I just want to let you know.
I'm gonna need you to stay awake.
Oh, for real? Oh. Okay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the locks of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your livid woman bends upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space,
is the prince priest to be. London is a woman called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever son, and she the moon. But to secret night, and to star. I agree so. Why are you letting it happen? But beyond odds, chosen. I'm not really fucking without God.
No, I decided to convert to Islam, so I was just keeping in accordance with my worldview. I boomed the room. What kind of religion is Islam? I slam. I slam. I would point out that Adamiel didn't address one of your issues. I think eventually he got Grok to give him, contrarian responses to what you were saying, but I just think it's kind of ridiculous that people are so lazy they can't actually take notes or engage with what you're saying. It's very disingenuous, inauthentic, and a waste of time. But he did try to recover, so we'll give him the credit there. Hello?
Hello?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go out and continue meeting hot 19 and 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds and 22-year-olds and 23-year-olds and 24-year-olds and 25-year-olds and 26-year-olds and 27-year-olds and 28-year-olds and 29-year-olds. Rabbona Shalom. Have a good night. Try not to be redundant. Don't repeat yourself. And, just remember, take action on your ideas. CM, how can you take action to realize your dreams?
I've realized a lot of my dreams, I would say. I always wanted I wanted to be a scientist or a mathematician. So I kind of achieved that, right?
Well, are you enjoying the journey or are you too attached to the outcome?
No, the journey was definitely the best part.
Are you afraid to leave your comfort zone?
I would say the journey was just I had more fun in the journey. Like now, like it's not as I don't want to say it's mundane, but it's whatever. Teaching is just it's a good way to make a living. It's very stress free, etc.
CM, are you
What I fell in love with it.
are you maintaining your creative vision even in the face of adversity?
I don't know what the hell that means, bro. What about you, John? Have you achieved your dreams, or you need like 40 more phones?
Can you surrender and trust that better times are coming?
I think though. I don't know. I believe that.
It is finished, for better or for worse. Failure, defeat, and backstabbing. It can't get worse from here, CM. Only upward to the inevitable end.
Moderator, point of order, moderator, point. Hello? Point of order, moderator, point of order. John, when did you start going bald?
When I was in college, I think my freshman year, sophomore year, I looked in the mirror and I saw my receding hairline, and I was like, "What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! What's happening to me? Am I dying? Am I dying? I think I'm dying. I think I'm dying. Ah! Where have you gone? Where is my hair going? Where have you gone? Why did you leave me? Why did my hair leave me and fall to my face?
Do you think it was God's fault? Do you think God did that to you?
God wills it! God wills it!
Hey, John, what did you study in college?
Business administration. I think the most difficult classes were chemistry, production operations, and I guess maybe calculus and
Did you have to take business calc?
I took statistics, but I don't remember a class called business calc.
My school has like calculus for like math and physics and like majors and like engineers and stuff. And then they have like this watered down version called business calc for like business majors.
Well, I don't know. Like they need to like, in hindsight, I was just so much wasted time in academia. Like, hello?
It's for you. It was all a waste of time, right?
No, see that's where you're missing I guess my worldview from your worldviews. I really don't I think there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And so my experience and my happening is all just, it's not like it hasn't been traumatic or, you know, negative. It's just an experience. And so I don't know. I'm fully satisfied and content. If you can get to that special place, and
Moderator, point of order, moderator, all the points are in order. There's not a point out of order in the universe. That was very profound of you to say, John.
exactly. I mean, CM, you work in mathematics. How does 1 = 0? Can you explain how 1 = 0?
When I say point of order, I expect you to mute your microphone, John. Please. Lest I reprimand you. Moderator, point of order. Point of order, moderator, order.
Oh my god, that's gonna be stuck in my head.
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order.
Gonna be stuck in your head.
You see it sexier?
I'm not with John Kitover present.
Can we get Zabu to say it? Zabu, let's hear you say it.
Voice is nothing compared to that of the golden throat of John Kitover.
Daniel.
And I call him John Kitover.
Point of order, point of order, moderator, moderator, point of order. Oh my God, she's at work?
Did somebody kick him out?
I think he moved himself down. He does that when he was asleep, I think.
Yeah. He wants to continue recording while he's sleeping.
Also, there was somebody in the audience named Anus. Did you guys catch that? Come on. It's funny. I think you have a more sexier voice, Danielle, than John.
Well, the ladies don't think they're supposed to be.
So ladies disagree?
Yeah, man. John Trevor.
I'm not a lady.
Mr. Kitover, what will you owe the pleasure of your company is leaving?
I really gotta get going. I really gotta leave. I gotta get on the streets. Oh man.
So long, bye.
You know, he went on a date with a 19-year-old yesterday, and she basically said, like, "Oh fuck, you're 43. Why am I on a date with you? Take me home."
Take me home. Country road.
Like, can you imagine? Like, you're in a getting this fucking rap. I mean, things are yeah. Let's look at e-bike confrontation from last month. A second man seen in the video has now been arrested. And you may remember the clip, a 13-year-old surrounded by adults inside the gated Lotus community just screaming for his phone back. And now 53-year-old Robert Brooks, who's seen there wearing a black shirt and sunglasses, is facing the same felony robbery by set and snatch charge as an entrapment. Now, investigators say video shows Brooks taking the house to the street, even holding it out as it appears to be ringing, and the kid is continuously asking for his phone back. Now, under felony law, prosecutors say the victim only has to be aware that his property has been taken for it to become felony robbery. So,
To a place I belong. The idea of at least having some.
with my nose job.
Check this out. It's 25 Zen essays by life. Really, this book on John Locke is crucial. It explains.
Oh my god, I almost passed out. What can do a nose job?
He didn't get a nose job.
I love how you know the proper name of it.
That is every That's Persian culture for sure. That is definitely Persian child. That's what we learned on Sunday school. What kinds of classics are
Hey everyone, check this out.
Take me home.
To a place that I call home. Clubhouse world, clown house world. Take me to a place where Muslims don't exist.
What? Max, you don't want me to exist? You know, please have Islamophobia.
Until the Muslims have a constitutional referendum and a. No, actually, I'm dating a Muslim chick now. I'm dating a Serbian. She's hot. She's very hot. I call Clown House. Clown House is a big tent with lots of R words. Many, many R words every day, every week, saying the same speak in Clown World, Clown World.
I
Beef is in the streets. Hello? Hello?
I feel like John's
Hello?
Barbie every night. And the possible little Barbie doll.
Hello?
Little Barbie doll.
Hello?
Huh?
Hello?
Yeah, like a real Barbie
Hello?
doll. The little
Hello? Hello? Hello?
No.
Hello? Hello?
Oh yeah, that's like the silicone like sex toy. Yeah.
And he talked to it. He's like, hi, Bridget.
But I think he's more old school where it's like inflatable. Those inflatable ones.
Oh, like a cheap ass like a kid.
Yeah. It's like blonde.
Floating device.
Yeah. Yeah. Like one of those. And a Barbie doll.
Yesterday.
All my troubles seem so far away. Now we're gonna oh yes, suddenly. Wow. Both their gods and their men of food. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Gosh, make it splendor. Depends in ecstasy. Yes, you see. Glow, the starry glow are mine, when kafna konsu.
Hello?
These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of
I'm yours.
To see your joy.
Always here above, the gem azure is the naked splendor of grace. She bends to see Jesus. It's arms of
Let's see if I do it again.
my joy is to see your joy.
Holy fucking shit.
To see Fourteen above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New Year. She bends in ecstasy to kiss a secret ardors of her winged glow, starry blue. I know nothing so my joy is to see your joy. The manifestation of you, the unfurling of the
Company of heaven.
every man, for every number is infinite, there is nothing
Centaur!
His reaching my eyeless, the minister
house is in the cool. Oh, clouds, oh, light shadow. Let my servants be few and secret. Then shall the many and the known. The manifestation of the company of every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five help me, O warrior lord of kings, my unfair for the children of it is revealed why I was the minister of Woodbuck. My worship, my shadow, mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke glory, child of my father. Me with labor and pain. By my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke by the sign and invoke thee. Simon Fall. By the song I invoke, pain is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Diamonds of radiance, sweet and pure. My blindness reflects the sun given on invoke thee. The gods of dawn, power in the voice. Invoke thee. the flaming sword, conquering war, forest of my hand is thy sword of revenge. Sophists. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks on my head I invoke. Not father is there, my mother will lead right. Time the diamonds are white and pure, by the brightness I invoke. Like the red triangle reverse, the sign of the saving of the old Lord. By the invoke. So with more flashing light I wear by my own. Sign of the time of the sign invoke. So my time and my fingers from my fingers I invoke. I power in the voice of word. Waves of music in the song in the strike. No, it's not over. No. I am the adopted man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. I am the only begotten child of my father, my mother, my father. My mother would be from faith. Mama, I involved. Shine for your by the brightness I involved. I was the oh Lord. My God of glory, all my fingers are involved. My father, I'm the boy who will shine the red and white and serving triangular reverses. Oh Lord, Fight is king of the north. I my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me. You will deliver and me. By my body. I give you I suffer and fight and endure. I am kindness. And every spell and scourge of God, the best one might be. It's the head of the bills and growth of life and spores of God. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each Dabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, Spirit, I bear the rose and cross of light and light. Remaining in the sign, it concludes. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to you. Quiet night in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Deepest breath, broken heart. Oh, don't run from feeling. Oh, no, say you can't stop me. Stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I. Everyone gets named and fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs, baby's in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be rest. Stop thinking it's yes, we left open all. Oh, don't run from the feeling. You stop.
Stay if I break, pull me through, teach my hand to release what I cannot hold with you. Take hands, I break my heart. There's no fun. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone.
set up the constituencies, so it's beyond parties to even participate.
You know, California had a commission, and then the legislators set the commission aside.
Yeah, you know. Anyway, that's where I see the biggest problem, and also what Howard was saying, of course, the AI and these oligarchs. I think that's an issue, and of course, the money in your politics is always an issue. But I'll just land there. Thanks for letting me speak this evening.
Sure.
And everybody have a happy Memorial Day.
Sure. So I never knew, and I know very much because I'm from Michigan and I'm a sailor, about Isle Royale. I did not know that it's surrounded. I knew it was close to the Canadian shoreline of Ontario, but I did not know that it was surrounded by Canada. So I guess I can travel to Canada without a passport or an enhanced driver's license if I take a boat to Isle Royale, which belongs to the state of Michigan. So apparently the international border loops around it in a way, I'm reading this obviously, that places the island directly north of the U.S.-Canada boundary. So that's very interesting. And as to Howard's contribution, I'm going to say Machias Island, Machias. Actually, it's Machias Sea Island, Steel Island. It's a 20-acre island located 10 to 12 miles off the coast of Cutler, Maine, and is the last, according to Wikipedia, disputed land territory between the United States and Canada. And you can read about the origin of all this. It's very interesting. But this is very, very interesting, this little aspect of it. Canada maintains physical presence on the island. The Canadian Coast Guard deliberately keeps the lighthouse on the island staffed around the clock purely to assert continuous occupation and sovereignty. Now, is that not interesting? And I'm a lighthouse aficionado now. I want to go there. That's terrific. I want to go and photograph that.
Is it in the Lake of the Woods?
It doesn't say that, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the Lake of the Woods is.
That's just further northwest of Lake Superior.
No,
it's on the bottom.
No, we're talking about.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Very interesting, Andrew and Paul. See, this is what I say all the time. I do this. I mentioned it yesterday when we tried our Facebook Live, which we had technical difficulties with. I'm just trying out different, platforms to try to expand our reach. And I always come back home to Bobby. But I've been doing this for more than 20 years. Actually, 26 years now, I guess. And a previous platform and on this platform. And I usually get people thanking me for hosting this, but to tell you the truth, I get more out of it. I mean, I don't do it for your benefit as much, I think, as I do for mine. Because I always learn something for people who come to the stage. So I thank you guys for that. You're keeping my mind nice and active. Paul, William, and folks, you can start putting hands back up. You shouldn't worry that you're not going to get called. You will get called.
Hello. I don't believe there's terrorism, but I have nothing to worry about. I just follow the laws, and you have no problems. And it's not like the Hunger Games. And I would like people to be watched more, like what happened in Washington D.C. And they knew this guy was ill, and they didn't do anything about it. And they told him to stay away, and they didn't watch him. And he hit an innocent person.
Which, are you talking about the shooting at the White House yesterday? That would have
Yeah. He's 21 years old.
So let's look at that for a second, if you don't mind, Paul. You're talking about somebody who is mentally ill and has probably been diagnosed as mentally ill and so forth.
And he thought he was Jesus.
Well, he's not the first. And so, what would you do if a person is delusional such as that?
They should have watched him and put him on medication until.
Well, how are you going to force it? What do you mean watch him? How you in other words, assign people to follow him 24 hours a day?
The doctor, psychiatrist should have realized that he still had a problem.
Well, I'm sure they did realize it.
They did nothing about it.
Well, you say did nothing about it.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my world night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. We close the door and from the feeling. Second, you can't stop believing. Some of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every moon gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 signs to one deep breath, one brave step. Stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Slow from the feeling. Second, you can't stop. Now it's too stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, now it's joy, wisdom of God, now it's yours, wisdom of God.
mountain. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart. You found me in the quiet, still shaking. I was carrying hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your cross. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart enlightened. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Start thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that's of infinite space, is the prince priest of thee. And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. Ye burn upon their brows of splendor. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she the moon. But to him is calling its secret near, and to her the star. Seventy are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, all skin sun. 19 are your 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 and adore you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For it's much, cause take its splendor of your empty beds in ecstasy. Kiss the secret of the starry are mine, wank of nakonso. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Lord, for it's been above the gem azure rings, the naked splendor of the she bends to see, to kiss the secret arms of the starry blue. And the daffodils, my joy is to see your joy. To see your to see your to see your 14 above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of the winged glow, the starry blue, what light, oh, doth not soul. My joy is to see your joy. The unfurling of the company of heaven, every man, every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There's no difference. Thieves in my unveiling before the children of man. 60 lucky, my secret sanctum. Seven, behold, it is Niels my Iris, the minister of hope. The couch is in the cool. I was led the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. And let my servants be few and secret. They shall find me and the Lord. The manifestation of your of the company of every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of kings. I am for the children of men. Secrets of my heart, seven, secret. It is revealed by I was the minister of Lord Christ. My light shed over you. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke thee. I invoke. I invoke. I invoke. To invoke. By the song I invoke. I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Diamonds of Given us none, save me. I invoke thee. Of double powering of voice. Thee. Strike the master cloak, draw the flaming sword, child conquering Lord, for us all. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Of the seas. I make the head. I'm inside this peanut, the heart from my head. I am the God to which I love my father. Father is dead. My mother will about me shine the diamonds are ready and white and pure. By their brightness I am born. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it me of thee, O Lord. By the love I am born. White soaked with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe. I am born. By the sign of and my fingers travel on the supper. I get the one down, offering the voice of mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. And my head I invoke thee. I am the begotten child of my father, mother, my father in faith. My mother with faith. My body invoking. Shine, one that pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is this child of one. Oh, oh Lord. My fingers traveling so long I after my God of glory. My fingers are involved in for that you Mine is the head of the mind. My insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. I am the born who will deliver and I'm of the red and white and pure by the brightness. The red I am going to reverse this time. Bring us the anointing of me. Oh Lord, my friend. The white stone. Mine is my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I will be. I am the only child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me you. By my body, I live. Singing payments of radiance, I thank you. I am righteous. What? Size. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one my beat. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and life. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Before I fade under the so that every spirit, I bear the road and cross of life and light. Great sign, ancient Mahanabra. Coming off. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, and now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take this breath, nothing more. Oh, don't run to this feeling. One more second. You can't stop me. Stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Everyone gets named, fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs. Your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and lips can be blessed. Stop thinking it's love. Take this breath and more. Oh, don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop me. Stop. Stay near, if I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take your hand, breathe your holy God. It's of God and yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two.
I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. We close, don't run from the feeling. Second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every moon gets named, then it fades in the heart. I don't need 1,000 signs or just one deep breath, one brave step. Stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Someone's letting me feel that. Second, you can't stop thinking. Now it's too stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, now it's joy, wisdom of God, now it's yours, wisdom of God. Now it's yours, wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart. You found me in the quiet, still shaking. I was carrying hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9, stay.
Wisdom of God is now, joy of heart enlightened. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that's of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But you're not so chosen. See, burn upon their brows those serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men.
16. For he is ever sun and she the moon. But she is secret and to her the star. 70. We are not so chosen. Eighteen burn upon every rose of the sun. 19 years, you're a little one. 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that man adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forward, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 and adore you and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 take his splendor of new depends in ecstasy. Just the secret of the starry blue are mine, wank of nakonso. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools.
12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 above you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem and azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of the starry blue. And the daffodils, my joy is to see your joy. To see your people, to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of night. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of the winged glow, the starry blue, Lord night, oh, my joy is to see your joy. Of you, the unfurling of the company of heaven, every man, every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There's no difference. Things in my unveiling before the children of man. 60 my secret sanctum. Seven. Behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of all. The clouds is in the cold. I was led the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret. For me and the known. A manifestation of your of the company of every man and every woman is a star. Number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of kings. I unveil for the children of men. Secrets of time. It is revealed why I was the minister of Lord Behold my light shed over you. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father. Yeah. By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the side and invoking. I invoke. I invoke. By the song I invoke. I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Sweet and pure. The red time of reverse, so given of none, saving of I invoke thee. Of double power in the voice. Strike the master chord through all the flaming sword, conquering Lord, for us all. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Of the seas. I'm inside this peanut, the heart from my head, I invoke. I am the only got to child of Father is dead. My mother will about me shine, the diamonds are red, white and pure. I have right this I invoke. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it me of thee, O Lord. I the love I invoke. Garment of white, soaked with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Side by the sign, I invoke thee. For my tongue and by my bone, I invoke. My fingers travel on supper. I invoke thee. I get up on double offering the voice of God. My is the of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. And my head I invoke thee. I am the begotten child of my father, mother, my father in faith. My mother with invoking. Shine one the pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Why is this a child of one? Oh, oh Lord. I am in the sign of prophets and Bible. I design me. I is the I'm a grown my fingers travel suffer so when I after like God of glory. Now my fingers are involved in so that you find out mine is the head of the man. My insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I am only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is Shine the diamonds of red and white and pure and the brightest side. The red triangle this time. Bring us the money of me. Oh Lord. The white stone. Mine is my sight is keen as the ox. By my head, I will be. I am the Lord, inside of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with my body. I am free. I am the radiant white and pure. I am right. What? Size. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my beings. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether it be firmament or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the fire, or in the water, or from the air, or touching fire, six, I bear the rose and cross of light and light. And sign that you check an hour. Remain in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore, I'm serving. Come also to well. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. So take this breath of the morning. Oh, don't run from this feeling. Oh, second, you can't stop the stuff. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named, fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs. Your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking it's slow. Take this breath and more. Oh, don't run from the feeling. I said, you can't stop.
Stay near if I break, pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take when I breathe, you hold me close. I used to love God on yours alone. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. We close, don't run from the feeling. The second you can stop believing. 'Cause I'm of God, now it's joy, wisdom of God, now it's love, wisdom of God, my heart is open, wisdom of God, now it's love. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 signs. Just one deep breath, one brave step. Stop thinking. Take a deep breath. So funny to feel it. Can't stop it. Now it's so stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tonight, Now it's yours. Wisdom of God. Now it's yours. Wisdom of God. Now it's yours. Wisdom of God. I'm yours. Of God is now joy of heart. You found me in the quiet, still shaking. I was carrying hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart enlightened. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, that's of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows of serpent. 19, oh, azure lidded woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever sun and she moon. But it's its secret and to her the star. See, we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, or serpent. 19 azure little 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that adore Both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forward, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 and adore you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. For it's love that guides take its splendor out. Depends in ecstasy. Kiss the secret arms. Glow the starry blue are mine, O Enk of Nakonsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 and in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Lord, 14 above, the gem and azure rings, the naked splendor of the wind. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of the starry blue, fine and duffels. My joy is to see your joy.
14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of New. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of the winged glow, the starry blue, long light, oh, doth Nahon soul. My joy is to see your joy.
The unfurling of the company of heaven, every man, every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There's no difference. And thieves in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 my secret center. Seven, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of hope. Clouds is in the cool. I must lend the clouds, and behold, my light shed over you. And let my servants be few and secret. Shall me and the Lord. A manifestation. The company of every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Five, help me, O warrior lord of kings. My unfaithful children. It is revealed by I was the minister of all mankind. my light shed over you. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my Father. By my body I invoke thee. By their brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. By the song I invoke. I invoke. is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Diamonds of sweet and pure. My the red time of reverse the sun given of none. Saving me of I invoke thee. Of dawn, powering of voice. The flaming sword, conquering my hand is thy sword of revenge. Stop the seas. I'm as keen as the hawks by my head. I am the God child of Father is dead. My mother will about me shine the diamonds are red, white and pure. I don't like this I am both. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. I love my you, oh. White soul with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear by my robe. Sign of the sunshine, by the sign of you. My tongue and by my bone. My fingers drop along the I get up on the public, I'm wearing the voice of the find the word I invoke. Stop me singing the song in the tongue. Try. It's like an honest chord. Sword. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. And my head invoke thee. I am the only begotten and we're back. My mother will survive. My body, I invoke thee.
Like crashing out. Now, if you want to see me crashing now, baby, you better go listen to them rules. Birthday. 2021, 2022, and 2023. I ain't crashing out. I'm just talking to you.
I think I to the room, but yeah, y'all see that organic range bitch. Right now.
See, I read you talk about this dice stuff. I believe you the one who gets fucked in your ass. You that down low nigga. You ain't got to be down low no more. Obama made it for y'all to come out. Come on now, Sean.
Obama made it so you can come out.
You ain't got to run. You ain't got to act like you ain't gay. Come out.
Cause you the only one keep talking about gay shit. Don't nobody play that gay shit. Cause if you was in my face saying that, I would have been got your neck. I would have got to that neck, G. Okay?
So,
Wherever
fucking fat. Hey, yo, Spooky love a coat in pants.
Shut up, Red, you bitch.
Spooky love a MMA fighters. Shit.
No. It ain't just, it ain't no rules in fight.
That's right.
Whenever you talk to my city, I always look at the ground. You gon' see.
You gonna see the ground. Yeah, you gonna
see songs and kings.
Yeah.
A can is a razor blade. Bitch, I'll stab you in your throat with a can. But Red, you a bitch. You gonna always be a
Hey, man, they call Jesus Christ a bitch. I don't give a damn about none of this shit. Just pure entertainment, man. Shout out to Christ. Take a motherfucker. This nigga know I had this motherfucking spinning for like 8 hours. Nigga mention my name, nigga. I'm up in here. I don't give a fuck. I'll pop that like juice, nigga.
some pussy. When the last time you seen some pussy? Cause I believe
I'm saying, I mean, I see some pussy when I want to, you know. What you talking to? You know me. Fuck you talking about?
old wrinkle ass, your old wrinkle ass. Don't nobody know your old ass. You might gotta drive. Your balls,
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
Right. Your balls drag your hell.
I guess say your balls dry. I bet you gonna be asleep in about 30 minutes.
You get some sleep, bitch. I mean, you been up all day talking shit, bitch.
You don't clubhouse like that. I mean,
You see her, she been talking all dyke shit, yo, the past 20 minutes.
Why they still call her dyke?
I'm saying, hey, yo, this nigga right here just talking just shit.
That's not flirt. How long are you saying? He called. No, but he called.
You sure with the dyke, man?
You know,
For the beat of a bitch. Oh, that's it, man. Shout out, Peter Luna. I got you. So, you know what a dyke.
man.
Hey, Red, shut up. I want to ask you one question. Do Ryan on here know you? Do Ryan know you, Red?
That motherfucker.
Would you shut up? All I want him to know is, do he?
Try to ask me a dyke ass. This is dyke ass.
That motherfucker.
No, do Ryan know you? But if Ryan know you, I'm a everything. Do Ryan know I'm a screenshot your PTI.
You, I'm a
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm gonna definitely see you. And Ryan know you. I'm coming your way, Ryan. Like that. No. He makes it big. I want you to be like I say. No, Ryan gonna come your way. Wait, now you the fuck out. And you're like, hey, you have some limits. I want some other people. You got the feminist group night talk that was talking about fucking men. Butch. The fuck you talking about, nigga? We got same second wheel. Shit. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I just saw your PTR Mariah. I read it. Hold on. Now if she know you, whenever we in your city, I'm coming your way. Which one? What's me better? After that. But this nigga fucking, bro, he tripping, he's trolling. Nah, I ain't no trolling. I'm all right, let's go 2 seconds. Nah, they don't fool you white bitch. Nah, what's PTR tomorrow? What's PTR tomorrow? Do you know, hey, Look at that. You know this person on my people. Question. Yeah, that's a question. No, ask him, do you know her on my PTR? No. That's how I'm gonna get to you. I bet your mom will get in this room since she shit with assistance. Well, the new classes, you sent a lot of help, and you sent a lot of help to him. You don't you know her? That's all I want to know. Do you know her? I haven't seen Hammer Style. I haven't seen You see Hammer Style, nigga. Have you seen her? See him, nigga. I can't take that motherfucker. He's in the room. I go speed that. And then you see, pretty good. So,
downgraded basically or degraded, like frequency, and there's a higher frequency underneath that that's being blocked by the Schumann resonance.
Yeah, the Schumann resonance, what my understanding, what people keep on saying, I think that's a system. It's a mimic system. It's not the actual full system. That's when have you seen what it actually looks like?
When they, they walk outside in their bare feet, it's like
that's not the energy. Yep. Yeah. I go around it. I don't go through it. So it's what it actually looks like? Has anybody seen, what does it look like? It looks like a ball.
What type of ball is it? Like an orb?
It's an orb, yeah, but it's like when people gone into AI or ChatGPT and it tells them to draw a picture, and then you can see the little. It looks just like that.
ChatGPT, but I've seen a real orb like enter my hotel room. It was like a ball and went into the bathroom.
No, we're talking about in the bottom of the ground. Let me see what stores. We fund the wars. When you see the copy of the Schumann resonance, so when they were showing it, who has the same thing. So you ever seen the fake sun?
Skyline is I think dark moon this year. I don't know if that counts.
The fake sun has it has like these. Hold on, let me get it before we end. I'm gonna go in circles. Hold on, give me a second, sir.
I'm gonna agree to a favor that I don't know what it is.
I just was wondering if you check out my URL. I just want to make sure everybody.
I'm reading a post from this guy that I met tonight, and I was looking for any posts on Starfire. And then he did comment about Star like that, that he has all these posts about all these different things and like so interesting to read, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so interesting. What'd you say?
Let's see if you can show it.
What do you mean? Don't believe these blind eyes. There's no conspiracy. Complies with plans and history. What are you talking about? Are you sure? Oh no, he's here. Shut it down. Too much. The mind is touch. Call me the sugar. See the trends. There's certain things you cannot say, so see the mind. What was that? Techno fantasies are just a bunch of smurfs. It's hard about sizing up. I tell you, people. Do people really think they could just like bark, commands at people, and then people are just gonna like, obey? Fun story. Inflation. People like, read it. It's just like, oh no, thank you. It's just like, you really think you're saying it for me to understand what you think. Hold on. Let me try to find it. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's aspiration. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something less than you. The live mind queen infects your tree till they limits its bliss and joy bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. The starlight is what. Shut it
might's touch. Come be with sugar. Noticing the trend. The certain things you cannot say, so say them all instead. Wait, beg, shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. It's literally a Holocaust from here at Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Wait, beg, shut it down. We're going to know too much. It's touch. Come be my sugar for noticing the trend. The sound of things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. And what they shut it down. You show it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, plus a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to match one sizing up a lot. But that's the sex you just relax here, have a muzzle off. They shut it down. We are to we my hands have the Midas touch. Come be my sugar. From noticing the trend, there's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Fight! You get close to the viper's den, cause you will then you ski. Don't even chance. The hornet's nest will descend upon you in Shekinah. We flush the scores. We fund the wars. It's how we knew and what we knew was losing. It's protocol to host and all like it's pathogenic and sweet as lime. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy. Comprise of lies and these allies. This timeline isn't Wait, they shut it down. The point you know too much. We will that mind has the Midas touch. Call me sugar. Noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Go tweet on X that being Caucasian's best. Prepare to be for they have no clue. And if you try to claim that invaders can remain, we'll greet you by obscenely cheering out. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your dollars is fine. It's only a fad when every single ad depicts diversity in every mall. Whenever you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you open social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these malign eyes, there's no conspiracy. Comprise of art and history's allies. This timeline isn't shut it down. Point not too much. Mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Call me the sugar. Don't see the trends. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down. You show it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees. We're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commence when sizing up our luck. But expert stacks, so just relax here. Have a mazel tov. Hey! It's transitory. Funny story. Inflation just sustains vicious bite. Check on you where they hide all their tools, but we can't hide pride. What's a little on the nose? Bones all support. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they're taking. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. Spare us, it's to disturb your mind and turn you into something less than you. The like mind queen infects your dream till they lyrics express and joyous. Jump on me, these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy, comprised of lies and history's alibis. The timeline isn't working. Shut it down. The boy know too much. We will have mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Come, baby, sugar them. Noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Oi, they shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. It's literally a holocaust to hear a Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Oi, they shut it down. The Goyim know too much. We rule the land. And have the Midas touch. Come, be my sugar for no city trend. That's how I think you can say so. Sing along instead. And they shut it down. You're showing now. Good luck. We are the techno Pharisees of just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commit one sizing up a lot. But next mistakes you just relax. You have a mazel tov. They shut it down. We will too much. We will the mighty has have the Midas touch. Come, we will sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say so secret that all instead. Hi! You always know when you get close to the understand you get scheme. Don't even jest. The hornet's nest will descend upon you in Shekinah. We flush the scores. We fought the wars. It's how we knew and Waterloo was losing. It's protocol to host and all like each pathogenic and sweet line. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy for pride to lies and mysteries alibis. This timeline isn't Wait, they shut it down. The Goyim know too much. We will look at the mighty has the kind of Midas touch. Call me sugar. Do not see the trend. There's certain things you can't say, so sing them all instead. Bye. Tweet on X and be Caucasian's best. Prepare to be filleted live, no and if you try to claim that invaders can't remain, we'll bring you biopsy you now. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is required. It's only a fad when every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you open social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these blind eyes, there's no conspiracy. Don't find some alignment, history's alibis. This timeline isn't They shut it down. Point not too much. I mean, that have the Midas touch. Call me a sugar. No single trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down. Just show it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, we're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to quit, but sizing up our lot. But that's been stacked, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. Hi. It's transitory. Fun story. Inflation just sustains the vicious bite. Check on you where they hide all their jewels, but we can't hide pride what's a little on the nose. Owns all the support. It's kind of a warning when the product's free, there's something else they're taking. These clowns in Hollywood drink their honey Johnny juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. These parasites disturb your mind and turn you into something less than you. The light mind's queen infects your tree till they clearance his bliss and joy bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprising lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't worth They shut it down. The going know too much. We rule the land. Mighty has that kind of the Midas touch. Come, baby, sugar them. noticing a trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them out instead. Point they shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. It's literally irony, got to hear a Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Point they shut it down. The goyim know too much. We rule the land. My hands and have the lightest touch. Call me a sugar for noticing a trend. The sound of things you can't say, so sing them all instead. And what they shut it down. You're showing now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees of dust, a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to match one sizing up a lot, but that's the sex you just relax here, have a bottle tough. We they shut it down. We do too much. We do the thing with mighty hands and have the Midas touch. Come me for sugar. I'm noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Bye. Close to 5% because you and your skin. Don't hear jealous. The hornet's nest will descend upon you in Shekinah. We fought some scores. We fought the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo was losing. It's protocol to host all like it's pathogenic and sweet as lime. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and mysteries alibis. This timeline isn't they shut it down. The point of not too much. We rule the fact that mighty has the path the Midas touch. Call me sugar. I'm not seeing the trend. There's certain things you can't say, so sing them all instead. Bye. Tweet on X that we Caucasians best. Prepare to be flayed live. And try to claim that invaders can't remain. We'll bring you by and see me chipping out. Careful, don't say that boys wearing skirts playing sports against your daughters is required. It's only a fad. Every single ad depicts diversity in every home. Remember, you used to try to assemble and occupy, but Obama brought you open social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a spell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these malign eyes, there's no conspiracy, comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline, it isn't they shut it down. Point not to mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Call me the sugar. No, see the trumpets. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, they shut it down. Just so it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commence when sizing up our lumps. But expert stacks, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. Bye. It's transitory. Fun story. Inflation just sustains the vicious bite. Old Jekyll knew where they hide all their shoes, but we can't hide pride was a little on the nose. Owns all this porn. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else that take. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. These parasites disturb your minds and turn you into something less than you. The life mind's queen infects your dream till ignorance is bliss and joy bliss. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. The timeline isn't worth. They shut it down. You're going to know too much. People that mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Come, be the sugar. seeing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so say them all instead. Wait, big, shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. It's literally ironic, but hear a Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's illegal if you tease me when I'm wheezing or get out. Wait, they shut it down. The goyim know too much. We rule the land with mighty hands and have the Midas touch. Call me the sugar for no city trend. That's how things you can't say, so sing them all instead. And what they shut it down. You show it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees of just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to match one sizing up a lot. But that's mistakes you just relax. Here, have a mazel tov. Wait, they shut it down. We know too much. We know the land with mighty hands and have Midas touch. Come, people sugar for noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Hi! When you get close to the viper's den, you will get your ski. Dirty gems. The hornet's nest will descend upon you in the Shekinah. We fudge the scores. We fund the wars. It's how we knew in Waterloo. So it's protocol to host and all like each pathogenic and sweet as lime. Don't believe these lying eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's allies. This timeline isn't wait, they shut it down. The point know too much. We will do that. Finding has like minus shit. Secret trick. There's certain things you cannot say, so say them all instead. Don't accept me, the Caucasian's best. Prepare to be the late life and try to claim that haters can't remain. Will reach you by your seat. Say that the weeds when stars flamed for the it's only one bad every single ad. It's diversity every home. Remember you used to try to assemble and occupy, but the farmer brought you open social justice. Woke sells quite well, it's also a smell. These NPCs can't see behind the veil. Don't believe these polite eyes, there's no conspiracy. Combines the lies and history's allies. This timeline isn't shut it down. Point not too much. Even to the left, mighty hands that have the Midas touch. Call me the sugar. Don't see the trumpets. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Boy, babe, shut it down. You show it now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, you're just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard not to commence when sizing up our looked. But expert stacks, so just relax here, have a mazel tov. Bye. It's transitory. Funnest story. Inflation just sustains the vicious vibe. Check where they hide all their jewels, but we can't hide pride. What's a little on the nose? Bones all explored. It's kind of a warning when the product's free. There's something else they're taking. These clowns in Hollywood drink their holly jolly juice, and the music industry's a masquerade. Spare the science, disturb your mind, and turn you into something less than you. The white mind's queen infects your tree till they permits us bliss and joy and grace. Don't believe these lying eyes, there's no conspiracy comprised of lies and history's alibis. This timeline isn't worried. Shut it down. You're going down too much. Even that mighty has that kind of the Midas touch. Come, baby, sugar from single track. There's certain things you cannot say, so say them all instead. Wait, they shut it down. You can't say Christ is king. He's literally a only fucking here at Gentile sing. And now we're canceling each antiseptic thought. It's silly if you tease me when I'm easy, we get out. Wait, they shut it down. The coin not too much. We rule around the mind. Can't have the mind's touch. Come, be my sugar for noticing the trend. That's something you can't say, so sing them all instead. And they shut it down. You're showing now, good luck. We are the techno Pharisees, are just a bunch of schmucks. It's hard to stop the action right now. But that's the sex with the flat. Shut it down. We don't know too much. We will my hands that have the Midas touch. Come, people should be noticing the trend. There's certain things you cannot say, so sing them all instead. Bye. When you get close to violence, then you will get ski. Yes, a hornet's nest will descend upon you in the sky. We flush the stores. We fucking wars. It's how we knew and want to use. It's protocol to host and all like what's pathogenic and sweet as line. Don't believe these blind eyes. There's no conspiracy comprised of